Dwarf Warrior 25 just redeemed daily taxes. Terrafae RPG just redeemed daily taxes. Lucy Snowdrop just redeemed daily taxes. OG_Biggie_T just redeemed daily taxes.
That's what she
Right.
said.
Yeah, them cameras are fucked. We'll go in on this one because Berg's not here. Ignore the character names until Berg gets here. Hello, everybody. It's Wednesday. You know what that means? It's time for some Deans and Deans with our regular Wednesday friends, the Kerecekian duty.
And me.
And our good friend Heavy.
The esteemed
Dwarf,
guest.
I believe you are heading the recap today.
It will should be Berg, but he's inhaling the burger, so yes, I'll be taking over. And
Bergs.
I wish it was morning.
so if you want to go build an house, you got plenty of time. Strap in. It's going to be a long one.
I'm going to go for a shower.
Maybe I can finish my entire bag of.
As it's not strap on, we're all right.
Hey.
That comes on later, mate. If I have to disappear, it's because my food's here. But I'll anyway. So last week,
Recap how
It's halfway through the recap.
oh, Berg's here. Perfect timing.
Hey.
I'll still carry on unless Berg wants to take over.
No, go on. I'll do it next week.
Shit. Anyway, as I was saying,
Hello, Berg.
last week, it got emotional, boys and girls. It got emotional.
Don't start the fucking
We
recap with that spoilers. Yeah. Sorry, go on.
I'm still fucky because you didn't change my name.
Listen, I'm lubing people up ready for that part.
Well, I've changed my mind, Pidge. I don't want to play anymore.
So, here we was, fighting the Chained Expanse, doing pretty okay for ourselves, until we wasn't. It went down south. It went south very quick.
Over the course of 3 sessions.
They've already had recaps. Anyway, we was fighting the last boss of the Chained Expanse to stop it taking roots into this world. We all were hitting it, slashing it, casting magic, arrows, whatever we could hit at the thing. Didn't seem to do shit. Until, well, it decided to fuck everybody up. That's the best way I could really describe it. It fucked people up. It came for Scaff, who's been just sat in the corner shooting it for God knows how many sessions, thinking he was impervious.
Yeah.
That changed very quickly. Got hit for like 50 odd damage. Put Scaff down and nearly on the floor on his ass, which I was like, ooh. There was Jin, Azura, Zafira, Gavin, all surrounding it, trying to do whatever they could to do it after it was banished, came back, and it was like, well, fuck. Orpheus whispered to Azura, offering him effectively a last stand clause of, I will give you my strength and stop you going to its domain again, and in return, I will grant you domain in, well, my realm, if needed. It was there if it was needed. We continued the fight. Doing all right. And then Scaff got slapped by hitting a Root Guardian and he got dropped. He got critted and he was very close to dying. Azura also got slapped a little bit because he was out of his rages, because it's been a long ass fight. Jin and Zafira wasn't looking too pretty themselves, and everyone was looking a little bit, well, yeah, it was looking very bloodied. Azura went down, to which Orpheus came to him with the offer of, I can lend you my aid, but if I do, that'll be you done, and your legend. Azura, seeing the dilemma we was all in, accepted the offer. And he was imbued with great power of Orpheus, which he became the avatar of Orpheus. And in the coming fight, well, the power of Orpheus helped Azura vanquish the Chained Expanse. To which he was offered his last goodbyes. He went over to Scaff, helped Scaff up after Orpheus helped. He then went to Jin, his master, his sensei, saying thank you for entrusting the blade to me and letting him redeem it from its past history, to which he gave back to Jin. Then went to Zephyra, thanked Zephyra, gave her a hug, and said thank you to his friends. To which Orpheus then took Azura to the afterlife so he could rest, knowing his legend will not die, knowing he stopped the end of the world near enough and put a stop to this entity. To which he went to a corner and he sat down, and that's where Orpheus took him, leaving Jin, Zephyra, Scaff, and Garvin with Azura's body. And that's where we ended.
We did indeed. Ended early because the DM had lost his cool. We just have to wrap it up there, guys. We just have to wrap it up. Can't go on, I've got nothing left.
Don't have to give, man.
As the temperature settles from the waxing and waning of warmth and cold, that presence has left, leaving but the memory and the peace of your fallen friend leaning up against the wall, head on chest. A look that he is merely sleeping in what has become his final resting place. The tree guardians that had stepped to one side, almost in reverence, to give Orthora or Azorthus the space to do what needed. They start to move around the room, almost in search of something. And you all stood in the centre, free to do whatever comes next.
Burn the body.
But the lads, I went and got the soldiers. Were you upstairs now? Did I just make that up? Or were you about to go upstairs?
I think you'd kind of mentioned that, but in the should we, shouldn't we, no, let's call it, what we got to do. Yeah, I think you'd said, I can get the guards to come and help retrieve the body. But you're still in the lair at the moment.
Yeah, I think we went for the we'll have the body be picked up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you realise upon traversing your way back through the pathways and corridors amidst the roots, any remnants of chained root that was there the ones that had destroyed had kind of turned into a bit of a sludgy, mossy remnants. You notice all of the chains that were within the roots as Orpheus had walked around and kind of touched them. One by one, they started to dissipate, reversing that conjuration. And despite the hardships you've come through, you realise quite quickly that, like, thinking about the time, it's reasonably, you've only been down here no less than half an hour. You make your way back through. Is the aim to head back up, leaving Azura there to fetch the guards, etc., and then make plans? Okay. You climb back up the rocks. Pathway's a little difficult, battered, bruised. You wince as the odd rib stings. But you climb your way back up to the top. The remnants of chains, you can see potholes and marks where that initial blockage of chains had struck into the walls. Now gone, the rock leaving marks for memory. You head back up that darkened doorway into the lower resting area.
Sorry, are we all going, or did we all?
I assume so.
No, yeah, that's what I assumed as well. Yeah.
Or making your way up to get the guards to come and get the body. And
I would say no. If we're all going to go, I will say one of us needs to stay with him. Do not want to leave him by himself down here. And if no one, I'll say I'll stay here and just look over him.
Okay, Scath stays downstairs. As the rest of you enter this rest area, no perception checks needed. You see the paladins are all... Veta is not there, but a glance up into the main foyer of the temple, you can see that he's pretty much finishing up, clearing up the blood mess, with the help of Soraya, who has started deconstructing that frame cage. You see there are a couple of guards that have taken point at the front of the temple entrance that have been dissuading pilgrims from coming and just trying to keep a calm demeanour, delaying morning or lunchtime sermons. But as you stand in this resting area, you look across and stood now, no longer sweating, having a quiet conversation with Denala, is Keres, conscious, looks exhausted. At first glance, he's almost hunched, as if he's fallen asleep at his feet. But he's there, he's present. He's having a quiet conversation with Denala. The other two of the guards, forgive me, I forget their names, Sally and Steve, or whatever it was, that Garvin had left, are stood nearby, giving them some polite space. A few seconds as you enter the area, you take that breath, perhaps not realising that whilst the air is perfectly safe and breathable down below, you are ultimately amidst the roots and the damp of the underground. And that air kind of hits you. Denala looks over. Her face lights slightly, looks over with caution. She pats Keres on the shoulder and he nods and sits back down on the bed. Just kind of rolls his shoulders and rubs his hands together. And he sees you all and he raises a wave and a slow nod. And then just kind of sits with his head hung, having a rest. Denala approaches. It doesn't take a medical professional to see you've been through it. Is anybody immediately injured? And her hand begins to glow, very pale light.
We're fine on injuries.
Yeah.
But we do have...
Forgive me.
money to collect.
I will make arrangements, and I'll give a nod to Delilah.
Hey
there,
Delilah.
Hey there, Delilah.
And Gavan will leave this lot with their talkies, and I'll go sort the guards out to do the heavy lifting.
Yeah, easy enough. Remnants of the morning's changeover. There are some guards that are lingering. There's usually reports to write, etc. So before the night shift takes their rest, you'd be able to find a few with an extra bit of time to come and help retrieve your friend. Denala looks over to Jin with concern on her face. She slowly nods.
Heavy_RPG just subscribed with Prime.
We always knew it was a risk. Took the risk willingly.
Is it, have we suffered multiple losses?
No. Lost the
Luckily
big guy.
not.
Azura rests easily. We'll regale you with...
Of course,
Heroics later.
absolutely. There is no rush. As long as everyone is at least free of wound. Whatever is to come next, we can happily facilitate whatever you will require.
I'll look past her to the Paladin of Orpha.
Yeah, he's kind of just sat, like, elbows on knees, and he kind of looks up. You can tell he's knackered, so he's got his head up to look over, and he lowers his head, and when he catches your eye looking, he'll stand up slowly.
Yours blessed us in the end. Whatever I can do to say thanks later, I will.
Whatever it was you achieved down below, it is most humbly appreciated, and again, to reciprocate, I don't think I'd be conscious now had it gone on much longer.
Probably not.
It shouldn't take too much longer for me to regain some strength, but please, anything you need. Anything at all.
I'll look at Severa. For now, I think rest is what we're after. No long. Even though it's maybe not been long, combat feels longer than it lasts, you know?
Of course. Well, I shall remain here if you need me. And he nods and sits back down on the bed. Denala turns. Is there anything at all that we can do?
Like a ceremony will be required.
Of course, I shall head up and speak to the guards and make sure that they spread the word that the temple will be closed for today, out of respect. The pilgrims can wait. Whatever you need for the space, it is yours. She nods, just kind of pats Zafira on the shoulder, gives Jin a nod, heads up into the temple proper. You see her say something quietly to Veta, who's making mopping motions with his hands, but casting some kind of filtering magic that turns the remaining blood on the floor into snow particles that rise and dissipate. And as she stops and Soraya's kind of pulling bits of wood apart, they turn to look at Denala, and then both of their heads hang low and they look towards the back. Veta clearly says something out of frustration, and Soraya puts the wood down a little firmer than necessary. Donala carries on to the front of the temple. Garvan, easily enough, you gather 4 reporting guardsmen.
I'll lead them down there, passing Jin and Zafira. Are you staying up here or coming back down? Just so I know.
I think I'll stay. I need to
Keep her company.
think.
And then I'll head off with the guards.
Easy enough. Doesn't take you long to get back down. You've walked this path before. 5-10 minutes pass. You make your way into the lair once more. You see now the Guardians have finished patrolling around Scath. You would have seen them almost as if they were looking for something that they couldn't seem to find. And then they walk over and stand, giving you 10 feet nearby, but they stand near you and Azura. Present.
Mr. DM.
Yes.
Messages from the tree to the outside world. Is it only magical? Or is there like pigeons and shit?
Reasonably, if you need to send a physical message or a letter, there's runners, etc. Post is easily arranged. Yeah, easy enough. You can find a runner. There'll be runners within the guardship that the quicker, less armoured, that if something does kick off whilst out on patrol, there's always a runner within each guard group that can nip back to the temple to get more bodies. So if you need to send post, it can be arranged relatively easily.
Noted. And you say we're Scaff now? We're down with Scaff.
Yeah, you make your way down. The root guardians have kind of given about 10 feet gap. You can see that shimmer has returned. Whatever was afflicting them has, well, I suppose you know now that it was the manifestation that was preventing healing, so they couldn't regenerate in its presence. Now they can, and one of them still has an arrow sticking out of its back that it's not made a point of removing, and try not to make Scath fit.
Is it a working arrow or is it broken?
It's, I mean, technically, yeah, probably, yeah.
I'll give it to Scaff. Steve, Ted, Sally.
Yeah.
I'll gesture at Zeph.
Without saying anything.
Not that. Azura.
Pick
up Zeph.
Yeah. They just nod.
Carry her.
They give Scaff a nod. Calmly and as a unit. They hoik Azura onto their shoulders. Big lad that he is, his limp wings hanging between the 4 of them. They give Garvan a nod and they start to carry him out.
You got Scaff or the chamber beyond, was that where the circlet was? Do we know that? Do I know that?
You would know
where the pyramid was, where the pyramid stone.
So the pyramid stone, no, there's a chamber beyond there, and then there's further in, there is another chamber where the circlet would be, yes.
Can I just go check the circlet's still there?
Yeah.
I will ask Gavin, may I accompany you with that? Because that is what we came to do. And even though the situation we are in, we still did come down here for a reason.
Yeah. I would hope. Was it Eugene that said last time to leave it here? Did we talk about the circle last week? Well, I've got it in my head. Somebody was leaving it here.
We talked about at least leaving it for now until we can always come back later.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
On one.
I think it was me that was mentioning that it's like there's no place other than this that it's more well guarded.
Okay, as long as I've got that in my head. As we're walking, seeing as it was you, that makes it even better. I think it needs to leave here, Scath. As I'm pottering through the water and stuff. I also want to scan the next chamber for dryads and tree beards.
Yep. When that pings on, if it does, come on stream. There we go. So you make your way through. You can see that so the Guardians were chilling by Azura. Any bodies of the dryads have turned to a similar mush that the chained roots did. So you can tell that in here there were some bodies of dryads.
We've done the same.
But they've all turned to mush. You round this corner and surprise, roll initiative, bang! This creature you do not recognize. It is sat with its back up against this little alcove that it's in, and it appears to be dead.
Is it massive?
It's tall, yeah. It's almost as tall as the archway alcove that's here.
Oh boy!
And it appears dead. Can I medicine check it?
Yeah. The thing you noticed first, as you reach down to touch it, to medicine check, it appears to be some kind of lingering illusory magic.
I was going to say, can I nature check, but
yeah, the form that through powers of deduction.
Listen in, Holmes.
I don't know which one. Which one did we use? I can't remember. Basically, you deduce as this lingering. You reach in. This figure is not there. It's whilst you can't see them, it's likely to be in a disguised Orthus, corrupted Orthus follower.
But dead.
But dead, yes. No medicine check needed, unless you want to cast some revivative
25
magic.
Yeah, it's rolling through.
Yeah, 25. Even through the illusion, there's no breath.
Yeah.
There's no blood or anything like that. How they've died, it's hard to surmise through the illusion that seems to be lingering. But yes, there was a disguised Orthus follower. You continue up this path.
Dying.
And into the fog of war. Into the unknown.
Because we are going into effectively the unknown.
Yeah.
Even though we are, hopefully out of danger, we don't know. I will obviously I'll just quickly go ahead just to see if it is safe to go through.
As he sets off, I'll just keep walking.
I'm trying to be stealthy.
You can be stealthy, it's fine.
You enter into this room. Shit. You can see no perception check needed. At the back of the room is one of Sonic's rings.
Only 99 to go.
You can see the enormous form of a creature which is actually bigger than that, but I reduced its size because I didn't want it intersecting with the
Fog of War.
Fog of War. an enormous creature that you can see. Give me perception checks as you both go in.
Where's my
Right,
dice?
this is not what I expected. Yeah.
So the first thing you can see for free is it appears to be dormant, sleeping.
18. isn't it?
It's lying down almost like a large cat thing. Its front root-like feet appendages resting.
Toe beans.
Toe beans.
I rolled it on D&D Beyond because I can't find my dice. I got a nat 20 for 26.
Nice. So what you can see is similar to the pock marks that were in the walls of where the chains were. In and around the creature, like these wall bits on the wall here at the back, these stalagmites and stalactites, there appears to have been remnant chains, and similarly in its wood-ish flesh and hard parts, you can see scarring. So you imagine that this creature had been chained, and it is no
I'm
longer
aware
chained.
of the Guardian, yeah? This is not a new Guardian.
You are not aware of this specific Guardian, for this is not just a root Guardian. This is the Circlet Guardian, which you think is strange. Why don't I know about this? But perhaps, even as the head guard, this is perhaps a secret kept to dissuade anyone from coming down here that shouldn't. That they would be surprised. But it seems resting dormant, and similarly, in and amongst the cracks and crevices, you see a faint shimmer of green. It seems once chained, now at peace and resting. And at the back, you can see, with your nat 20 scaff, you can see quite clearly that the circlet, definitely not a sonic ring. The circlet appears to be wrapped and wreathed and held aloft by outcroppings of root.
Gath, remind me, when we first entered the chamber with the chain dancer, was it heading in this direction? Because I wasn't here for that episode.
The thing we've just defeated.
Did we
So
just engage it as we entered the thing, or did we catch it en route? Can it pass its own chains?
So I scouted ahead first, saw it in there, just bimbling around, not going anywhere. We then, obviously, told obviously the rest, obviously that, and we then engaged a couple of the tall boys that we fought earlier, and then we went into its chamber, and that's when we engaged it. So it wasn't as if it was going anywhere, but
do you think it was that creature that was coming for the ring, or do you think that creature was similar to what we see now before us, a large protector, soldier entity of the Chained Expanse? Do you think we've won? Or you've won? All dusted, done?
the best I can guess is the chain thing we've just defeated was the corruption, what was causing everything to weaken. I don't think this is that. I think this is something different.
Oh no, I don't mean this Guardian here. But what I mean is the creature we just destroyed, was that your enemy, your final enemy, or just a bump in the road?
Your guess is as good as mine. I'm hoping.
I'm worried if it was just a soldier of sorts, that this Chained Expanse can come here again and again and again, and my guards are not equipped to deal with what you've just dealt with. And I doubt the gods will be returning to...
The thought has crossed my mind with that. But I think a tree was giving... I think the tree was the power for the chained entity we've just defeated, which was then also enhancing the actual expanse, which is why it was getting so stronger. Now that we've defeated it, hopefully the gods can get control again. And that is hopefully the chained expanse actually dealt with. But we did not know about this. Bye! We did not know
the Guardian
about
wakes
the
up.
expanse.
Hey, yo, who are you talking to?
Stealth with my ass.
Who this?
We didn't know about the expanse until we got to Dragoon. What we set off for is completely different to what we've just fought.
So my fear is this creature made it beneath the roots before you got here. If you leave and it does it again, I can't stop it.
Yes.
And I saw the powers that you and your friends brought. That is not something me and my soldiers can replicate, even with a long rest.
Even though we are a strong party and a strong group, where we are now, the holiest place in Kerecekian, under 4 paladins, yourself, many more guards, we're just 4. Oh, was 4, sorry. We don't have... I don't know. I don't think it'll be worth it going from here. We set off to do a job. I don't know if...
To collect this?
Not yes, to collect them, but to collect them to keep them out of something else trying to collect them. To stop them from getting these.
Did you not say there were many folks trying to collect these? So I have to be worried about more enemies coming to the tree.
Potentially. So we stumbled.
Are you and your friends staying at the tree? You sound like you have many roads to walk, and I was tempted to come with you and see the world a bit, but I cannot leave the tree unguarded if that's the sort of enemies that are going to come for this artifact.
No, and I understand you have a duty to protect your own, but it's not something I can really say without the others being with this. I personally think us gathering these 3 items together is a bad thing and has been since the start.
You have to look at it. Is it worse you gathering them together or somebody with ill intention gathering them together? If that chained creature had got hold of the items you've told me about, I much prefer them in your hands than its.
No, I'm totally aware, but like I said, the chained expanse was, I think, a separate thing completely that did this, but
we're victorious. We've vanquished the chained expanse. No more.
At the cost of one of our own.
I will do what I can to...
But I don't think the threat that wants these is as big as the chained expanse was. The chained expanse would have, well, taken everyone, and not let them go to their correct afterlife or whatever.
Do you have any information or description of those other parties interested?
Oh, because it's been a while.
We can talk it later. We can talk about it later.
But yeah, trying to record Pidge, obviously, all the way back from when we first actually went to the underground ruins, and what Scaff can remember, because it has been quite a while.
Mhm.
It was an orc, if I'm not mistaken.
I get them all the time.
But we don't.
It was more an organization that we don't know the full extent of.
Thank you, Jin.
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, like for the
Jin from the off.
without
It
rolling,
goes all
mate,
the way
like,
down into the roots.
Yeah. Yeah, as Berg says, mate, it wasn't like you didn't have a list of we're trying to get these things to stop this group of people doing it. You kind of interrupted the group that were down there. You got the artifact instead. And then subsequently you'd had a meeting with Mr. Zombie Puppy, who explained through various means, you know, that he wants to see them gathered so that he can like stop whatever bullshit's going on. So there's not like there's not a list you could give of people to look out for, unfortunately.
In a nutshell, effectively. But
Thanks for that retelling, Scaff. It was wonderfully poetic. And then, unless you've got all else, I'm happy that the circlet's still there for now. I'm sort of happy there's a massive tree beard going on, and I'll make sure the guards are respectfully carrying the big man back upstairs. Unless Scaff stops me for all.
well, you're bringing it back to you think Circlet should leave here.
We guard the temple. We guard what it stands for. I've done for years. I've been in touch with the Life Mother. She's blessed me with prayers and powers beyond my wildest dreams. The creature that came looking for what you say is the Circlet. I can't stand against that alone. And I understand that we have the four above ground. But they had their own battle while we were down here. And I fear such warriors as yourselves, paladins and dab hand with a bow. A Jinn who blinks and silver shines and death follows. Azura ripped his own arm off. Her feet I will not forget. Or at least try to. And fell in battle. That was a lot of power brought to bear for this artifact. If it stays here and you leave, that weakens the forces here left to defend it. And I will ask the advice of your party and the paladins, but my immediate thoughts would be, I don't have the tools to protect this here if those are the sorts of powers that are coming for it. I would rather it be on the fastest horse in the straightest line away, kept a secret, so if any of us do fall to these organisations or zombie puppies that come looking for this, or more chained expanses or dragons on unicorns, that none of us know where it is. I don't imagine you'll be staying here, so I'm just worried. I will send runners and try to bolster the temple guard here, recruits, acolytes.
I just see it as we've already got one of the three. If we then have two of the three, and we was then to subjectively fall, like I said, our friends had to have the power of a god to defeat this.
My point exactly. So if it remains here, it's easier to get by such entities. If it's on the move, it's harder. However, as we're walking, this is why we're walking, Pidge.
Yeah. It's all good.
Just stood there.
However, for 25 hours. Long rest. However, I agree with you. I agreed with you when you all first told me you were seeking the 3 items, that putting them all together seems vulnerable. But I think it's the lesser of 2 evils in this scenario. If this stays here, then people who are after it will find out it's here and come for it. If it's on the move, it lessens those chances. But you are right. If you do fall with those items on you, then whoever felled you will have them in their possession. But I just fear for the tree.
As do we all. But obviously, this is on a decision that we need to make as a collective.
Yes.
As well as the paladins as well.
As you're talking, you kind of easily catch up with the guards.
The 4.
Yeah, it's pretty much catch them as they're at the bottom of the rocks, and as delicately as you can lift a hulking, winged, dragonborn dude between the 4 of them. They're, to me, to Ewing, and it's impossible to be entirely delicate, but with as much delicacy and respect as they can, they start lifting and carrying him back up the rocks.
We arrive with the
body.
Like, obviously,
I'm assuming. Sorry, Norman, you go.
Actually, I'll be talking to Garvan, and I'll be like, obviously, I think the plan at the moment is to stay here for a few days now, so we can offer our respects to the tree, the paladins, and give Azura a proper send-off now.
I will be arranging a few things to now knowing what I know. So I will be in and around. Please just grab me if you need to, but if I seem distant, I've got things to do. You've given me tasks that need to be put into place.
As we're getting towards the top, I'll say to Garvan, it's like, but praise you and the Life Mother for your help. I don't think we could have done it without you.
It's not how I remember it, but I was fresh out of prayers when we go into that fight, my friend. But the Life Mother, whoo, my queen. And I'll just give him a nod.
Drag her back.
Yeah, so it's got to take them. You know, it's a bit more difficult getting the body up the rocks and stuff. So, Zeph, Jin, you've got 20 minutes, half an hour before everyone reconvenes, at least, if there's anything that you need to achieve.
Just sort of sit down next to Zeph and we need some time. Been going in such a pace of things. This is going to take some time to process, I think.
She just nods. Doesn't say anything.
You need anything?
I think if we have like half an hour, I guess until someone interrupts her, I think she's going to sit with the orb. She's going to retrieve the orb. And she's going to sit with it and meditate and sort of see if she can establish enough of a connection to check in with what's going on in the Pantheon now.
Okay. First of all, are you casting anything, or are you just meditating?
I mean, she doesn't usually cast anything when she.
Yeah, I'm just double checking
meditates,
because
right.
if
No.
you're putting divine power cast spell action stuff in, there might be different whatevers, you know. Or if you're just literally just trying to sit and commune and spend some time.
Yeah. It's not like I would even have anything that would make sense to cast on it, so.
Okay. Give me a religion check and a percentile check. Now with the percentile, similar to as I have done in the past, you can either have a harder percentage chance to hit on a flat roll, or you can roll... No, sorry. I've completely forgotten how I normally do it now. It'll be...
Disadvantage, easier DC.
That's the one. Yeah. So you can roll percentile with disadvantage, but have a lower DC, or roll it flat and have a higher DC.
Yeah, I'll do flat, I think.
Okay.
16 for religion.
Mm-hmm.
And 57.
57. Okay.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we'll say this takes the whole time. You're kind of just sat and you're waiting. The first, say, 10 minutes, you're sat in silence, in your room, perhaps, just keeping to yourself. And you've been through hardships before. You've learnt patience. And you sit just holding the orb, trying to concentrate as much as you can. You know you made some kind of reference or contact down below. You saw what you saw, Azura becoming an avatar of Orthus. And for the first, 10 to 15 minutes, it's just silence, just peace and quiet to yourself. And before those thoughts of perhaps impatience or am I just not going to get anything, you sit and just very briefly you feel the orb. The temperature changes a little, just enough to notice. And you kind of open your eyes, you look at the orb. And you close your eyes again and you think, I'm just going to keep going. And you hold the ball firm. And over the course of the next 10, 15 minutes, very subtly at first, and then a little more, but nothing it doesn't get hot or cold, but the temperature changes enough to be noticeable. You open your eyes again and you can see that the orange half, the Kerecekian half, has basically maintained its colour. And you look at the Orthus half, and as you focus, you see slowly but surely colour starts to return to the orb. Not in its entirety just yet, but colour is starting to return, yeah.
Yeah.
You don't get any response or any words, but as you're focusing and you see this colour start to return and it's a small amount of warmth to the orb, and then your holy symbol gets a little warmer and it glows ever so gently, and then it fades. And take it as you will, but at least in your first attempt, you can feel pretty confident that there's something happening in the right direction. And it's only been half an hour. But
I'll try again tomorrow.
yeah. reasonable.
Let it fill in all the way.
Yeah.
No, just
And from within your room, as you kind of feel that content. Okay, there's something, perhaps. And you hear muffled talking and gathered footsteps out in the resting area. Passive perception is all you can tell that it's the guards, and thus must be your friend. Garvin and Scath, you flank the guards who kind of turn to Garvin as you reach the top of the stairs and you're now in this resting space. You see Kerez looks over, and he shakes his head and he stands up and he walks over. He puts his hand on Azura's chest, I suppose. He nods, doesn't say anything. Garvin, give me a perception check. He's got a knife. He's already dead.
If he's got a knife, I don't see it.
No,
so.
yeah. I mean, even with the 7, it wasn't a particularly high DC because it was, in fact, his left hand that he puts upon Azura's chest. And you notice that was, of course, it's the left hand that bore the chain link mark. And you look, and there's no chain mark on his hand.
Oh, yes. Okay.
He closes his eyes for a few seconds. You can tell he's saying something to himself or a prayer or whatever. And then he catches your eye and notices you clock his hand, and he gives a bit of a relieved-looking, light, gentle, exhausted smile. And he nods. I hear it was you that tended to me. Thank you, Garvin.
There's a few of us, and I'll gesture to Zeph.
Zeph's in a room, unless you want to come out.
I don't. Gesture to them.
Is this the Orphus Paladin?
Yes.
The one that was sweating his ties off.
Yeah. Obviously, I'll let Garvin and obviously him have their exchange.
Mm-hmm.
But then I'm going to ask him. Azura was not a religious person. He didn't know any god like I know Avia and Zephyra knows Kerechek. But Orphus helped him in the end. Would you lead his last rites?
I would be honoured if that is the request of yourself and your colleagues. I imagine that it would be a bit of a group effort. I will, of course, require aid from you all, being those that knew him. I can open the floor, perhaps, but it would be those that knew him best that should speak of his deeds. From the brief moment where he somehow connected with me whilst I was locked away in my own mind, fighting for my life. I can thank him for that, at least. But aside from resting and recuperating my strength, I have no plans. I should like to seek what is left of my house, should there be any unafflicted. Of course, we've suffered a huge loss. Unfortunately, I fear it was only my connection and oath to Orthus that allowed me to avoid the full ire of the chains. But unfortunately, the priests and pilgrims weren't as lucky.
Many have fallen to this. I'm hoping it's now come to an end.
While we if we do perhaps have a small amount of time before we make any ceremonies, I should like to call out to those who may still reside within the camps for, I feel, maybe an audience with your friend. Might be in order. I think accustomed to her oath. Many of them should seek redemption.
Mm-hmm.
But I will be within ear's grasp should you need me. And he pats Azura on the chest again. Thank you all again. And he makes his way up the stairs and across the main hall towards the exit.
I'll just follow them with Azura's body until they lay it to rest.
Mm-hmm. You see, as you returned back up, Veta and Soraya have finished deconstructing and clearing up the mess in the lobby, the temple. And you can see that Soraya, Denala, and Veta, between them, have started to move I suppose it's mostly stone, but with wooden elements, so as to not be just a solid block of stone. But they appear, it's like a long, I suppose, table, about 7 feet long, about 10 feet wide, and they're slowly but surely moving it into the middle, so as to not to scuff the entire flooring. Veta at one end. Yeah! Giving it all of his beans. Between them, they're moving this plinth table into the centre of the temple. The pews that had been scattered in this circle, marking that ritual of death, have been mostly turned back to face their respective corners. And there is 2 rows of each that are still facing in, but placed more purposefully. Not that there's planned to be a mass gathering at whatever is to come, but there's space, should anyone want it. Is there anything anyone else wants to achieve over the, say, the next hour before?
At some point, I'd like an audience with Denala.
Yeah, anytime, mate. You can approach. Garvin.
The circlet. I'll give her a little, sort of respectful nod. The circlet beneath. There is a guardian there I have not seen before.
She kind of gives you a look of recognition. That you were passive insight. The look of someone that's been keeping a secret that's been revealed. And she kind of looks. Yeah, rumbled and bumbled. She slowly nods. Forgive or withhold. Only the 4 of us know of its presence. Go on, is it? You know of the Root Guardians and their capabilities.
And they failed.
They did.
And he'll kind of slip out of, say, who? Be a bit more rattled now. Now he's just him and her, out of the way of other people.
Mm-hmm.
I can't explain what I saw. A life mother gave me powers beyond those next to me. I was in awe. What just happened down there is... I don't know how to explain it. It took all the prayers I had. It took the might of... You should have seen Azura. Tried to rip off his own arm. It was...
She kind of looks over as the guardsmen carry him in and lay him on this plinth.
Just a will and determination that haven't seen the skill of Jin and Zephyr and Scath. It's nothing, no disrespect to you or the other three.
It is.
My God.
I understand. It is a sadness and both a blessing that, of course, with peace comes complacency. Certainly isn't the right word, but whilst we all have powers and prowess of our own, they rarely are put to use, which is, of course, a positive, but unfortunately, at times, when needed, I would agree that we weren't prepared for the extent.
If such an enemy comes again, my lady, I don't think we can protect. And I think that circlet down there is going to attract them. The one Scath has already said there are multiple people, forces that want it. They themselves were sent here to collect it, to keep it safe, or with the one they already have, there is a lot of attention on these artifacts. If they draw more of it here, I just fear our defence may not be strong enough without such prowess as what I've just witnessed.
Of course. You are head of the guard for a reason, Garvin. It is your experience and your conviction that allows us to place the trust of you and your guardsmen. If it is a genuine fear of yours that the circlet brings concern, then what would you suggest?
I think people will come regardless of it staying or not staying, because their knowledge will tell them it is here. So I would ask permission to strengthen the guard, to reach out to those of faith, not mercenary, not those for coin, but those willing to stand. Send runners magically, send birds with parchment tied to their legs, anything we can do to get more of our faithful here.
Absolutely.
For people, they will come, or it will come, or whatever it is, or organize people, mortals, immortals, they will come. Because the more knowledge they gather, it will tell them that the circlet sits beneath our roots. I would say, let them come, but not let them find the circlet here. Whether it be with those heroes, and I'll kind of gesture out of the room, or yourselves, I would take it far from here. If anything, we would be bait and a heavy speed bump in those that come looking for it. But I would not keep it here, now it is known. If these four could find it, more will.
Of course. I would have a conversation with them once. She looks at Azura again. Once the ceremony has passed. Perhaps question them on why it is they seek the circlet themselves. But if, as you say, they already have one artifact, then perhaps, if it is to be taken away, I would happily accept your advice. For if needs be, it could always be returned in the future. But if it needs to be relinquished for now, it is not my decision. I would take the advice of our head guardsman. If it is that you believe for the longevity and ultimate safety of the tree, then I will understand.
I'll take one look at Azura. Oh, nice. I've got new boots. Very nice. I'll do one. Oh, yeah. Very nice. I look at Azura's new boots. See this band? Yeah, very nice. And whilst I'm looking at Azura, I'll say to her, for a brief moment, and I'll nod at Azura, he was an avatar of Orthus.
Her eyes get wide and she looks at him and looks at you.
With everything I am, I felt it in my bones. Orthus, via Azura, their strengths combined, struck down that creature. And that's what it took. So yes, my advice would be to have the circlet far, far from the tree. Whether it be with those remaining of Azura's group, or we find our own trusted and send it away. But my advice would be to keep that circlet away from the tree.
Okay. And she gives you a pat on the shoulder. Thank you.
I will be here for the ceremony, but if you would allow me the leave to do so, I will start writing message and working on the administration needed to bring our faithful to the tree.
Of course. One thing you do is allow yourself the time, because your guardsmen do their jobs so efficiently. So take the time that you need. We can always call upon you should you be needed directly.
And that'll kind of what I'll do, Mr. DM.
Yeah.
Garvan will be preparing that admin. In his head, he's going to send out word far and wide to bring followers of all the four to the tree.
Mm-hmm.
And then his 5-year plan is get a stronger, bigger, faster, better guard, at least level 2. You know what I mean? And get them pitchforks going, lads. And then I'll just be in past Gavin. I'll just be in passing around everybody while stuff's going on.
Yeah.
He will attend the ceremony, but that'll kind of be his thing. He'll be part here and there and everywhere.
Okay. Garvin steps away to his room to begin his writings.
At some point, Jin would probably have sort of like nodded to Zeph and would have gone for like a walk outside, getting some actual like fresh air and
Yeah.
just trying to make sense of everything as much as even possible.
Did you mean you wanted to get Zeph to go with you, or you just...
No, he's just gonna go and like sort of go on a more like just personal outing, just getting outside,
Mm-hmm.
getting
Okay.
some air.
Okay.
Not anywhere specifically, I wouldn't think. Just trying to make sense of everything.
Mm-hmm. Give me a perception check whilst you are outside.
Ooh, I can do that. Yeah. It's a natural 20 for... What's that? 31?
31. You see time and space. Ah! Tiny umbrellas. You look out as you step perhaps towards the edge of the large rock formation that the great tree resides upon. Past the pools, the waterfall. Still close enough to hear its rushing waters, but far away enough that it's not a distraction. You kind of look out across the expanse. You see off into the distance around the, the misshapen structure of the area. Let's just real quick. On the old Tailspire. Oh. So you step out over here somewhere. This is where the pools would be and stuff, and you come out and you look across the expanse, seeing... I should stop saying that word. The large open area. There's obviously all the camps, various colours and flags and castes, and you can see the religious groupings of different types. One thing you notice up in this tree section here is an eagle. And this eagle sticks out to you. Firstly, because you don't quite often see eagles all that often. You tend to see, especially out in the deserty areas, like the vultures and the buzzards and smaller birds and etc.
Yeah, but not.
And this eagle is probably a little more noticeable because with that 31, in reflection, it's certainly not the same eagle that left you with 1,000 gold from Dragoon. But there's a resemblance there. A familiarity that you can't quite put your finger on. And you look and you see this eagle and it kind of flaps around the tree and it lands on a branch and it hops a couple of times on the branch just to get comfortable. And then it looks directly at you. And that's that
I'll
kind
meet its
of
gaze.
Yeah, it's like a recognition. Birds, like, they'll look about, but you can tell when you've made eye contact with someone, and you look at this bird and you're like, is that fucker looking at me? And it kind of just sits on this branch and just looks at you. And it's definitely watching. Give me insight. I'll say with that 31 perception, you can see clearly enough. I'll give you advantage on the insight.
Ooh. Okay, that's good, because one was a 5 and the other one is a 19.
19.
And I have insight +3, so that's 22.
22 on the insight. It's hard to read a bird and its intentions necessarily, but it's not looking at you and licking its lips. It's not it doesn't look like it's got a knife behind its back. It kind of looks at you and it kind of cocks its head a little, and you don't get what's the word? You don't get a bad vibe from it by any means. Okay? And it kind of just sits on the branch and looks to you.
I'm gonna do something that I've never done before. I am gonna find a... Turn into a bird and join it! No. Secretly shapeshifter.
Surprise.
Oh my god.
I am going to find a rock I can sit on.
I thought you were going to say dash. You pull out a dart. Yeah, easy enough. You you come down here and there's these rocks. There's all kind of rocks nearby. Easy enough.
While sort of maintaining visual and, if I can, eye contact with this eagle, I'm going to pull out my pen flute.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to play a calming tune. Something that I might have heard growing up. Like a calming, meditative tune.
Okay. Give me a
first
performance
time,
check.
It feels like years he has touched his pan flute. Performance check, you say? I am great at those, let me tell you. So I rolled a 15 for a 15.
Yeah, you're proficient with your plan food. You know, it's not just picking up a random instrument you've never touched before. You know, so you sit and you kind of feel your shoulders drop a little, not completely. Jin's always, you've got this tenseness about you, especially after what's just happened. But there's a kind of just 5 minutes, just 5 minutes. You sit on this rock and you feel your shoulders just a little, so you can comfortably hold your flute, and you start to play this little tune. You see the eagle kind of cocks its head just a touch. And then you see as you're playing, the eagle almost starts to just sway its head just a little. It's paying attention. Just the two of us. It turns its head and it looks out towards the sand, and then it looks at you again. And again, with that natural 20/31, I'll give you an Arcana check.
Ooh. I may surprise you, but I'm also great on those.
Come on, Magic Man.
A 9.
Even with a 9, you know, you've spent your time at Dora Yusai, high up in the city. There's birds that fly around, that rest on the temple. You're used to seeing the coming and going of birds. The attention that this bird is giving you, despite eagles being smart birds, you grew up around your brother, who, through his studies, etc., you've been around magic before, and you have a little click in your brain as you're playing this tune, and it's this bird's looking at you, and you're like, that's more than just a bird. And you get the feeling that this is likely a familiar, not just a normal bird. And it sits on the branch and it kind of sways while you play your tune for as long as you'd play it. And then after a short amount of time, it takes off from the branch, unless you want to do something else.
I was going to hold out my arm.
Okay.
Finishing the tune and just
Give
holding out eye contact.
Give me a persuasion check.
That's better than a 9. But not by much. It's a 12.
12. You've probably not, within reason, done much eagle calling in your time. Forgive me.
No.
Not to write that into your backstory, but it's not all day, every day. Jin's calling eagles that he's just seen for the first time. But again, you're following that track of there's something about this. It's not just a random eagle.
Pretty much.
And you hold your arm out and you finish the tune, and the eagle looks at you and it hops on the branch a bit. And then it starts to fly down. And it swoops slowly and it gets close. And you hold your arm out and it kind of skirts off a little. And it kind of loops around and you follow it. And it seems to be judging you, weighing you up. And as you sit with your Lucy, not in a not in a bad way. It's weighing him up. And then it loops back round and it sits on your arm. That kind of alludes a little more to your suspicions. For you'd imagine an eagle's claws would probably be a little sharper and perhaps it would weigh a little more, but it doesn't seem to grip with any pain and its weight doesn't seem quite right. Give me a perception check with advantage because it's right next to you. And for all intents and purposes, this is for smell. I don't think it makes much difference for you.
It doesn't. 23.
23. As it lands on your arm, you kind of just, you take a breath in, almost anticipatory. That first breath comes in through your nose, and you think there's a familiarity, an unexplained familiarity. And it's a smell that I will leave up to you to decide whether it brings back positive or negative memories for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
But it reminds you of your middle brother.
Sort of cock at a smile.
And it's just sat looking at you. And then it looks over its shoulder again, out towards the sands, and then looks at you again.
Has he been feeding you enough? Does he feed you at all?
Cocks its head slightly. Passive insight, it's doesn't seem to be... You don't reckon it's understanding, necessarily. It's just kind of listening and looking. It looks up towards the temple.
Sight.
And then it looks over its shoulder again, out towards the sands. And
does he look into a specific direction every time?
Give me a perception check. See if you can follow its gaze as it looks out.
Better. 24.
24. It appears to be looking out towards a set of tents that are probably, if obviously they're all higgledy-piggledy random, but it's not necessarily the closer tents. It's ones, say, mid-range, kind of.
And if I judge the distance, how long will it take me to get there?
Probably half an hour to get there. Well, let's say 20 minutes there, 20 minutes back.
Sort of look back at the temple that I just left. Look around, take in the relative safety of the area.
You see there's a couple of pilgrims knocking about. You can see some that are coming and going, and the guards are politely ushering them away. No one's kicking up a stink. They, through, respect, they're all pilgrims here of a religious kind, and they're all like, okay, and people coming and going. There's no one kicking off. The guards are holding down the fort.
I'll sort of hop off my rock. Stays on my arm, it stays on my arm. If it doesn't, it doesn't.
As you get up, it'll flap a couple of times and then just fly off in that direction.
I will follow it to the grouping of tents.
Okay. Scath, Zeph, is there anything else you guys want to do? You've probably got an hour before... you can see that the paladins are kind of ambling around the temple, setting things up, laying out candles and making delicate preparations. But is there anything you guys want to achieve before? They'll probably set up the ceremony for that within the next hour. About the midday it'll be by that point.
I'm going to say, I'm not going to do too much per se. I know it's not needed, but Scaff will effectively stand as effectively like sentry, watching over Azura.
Yeah.
I know Garvan said he's going to send effectively runners, obviously because we're not I don't know when the funeral or whatever will be, but I'm going to try and get somebody who can get a message out effectively and say, I don't know who it will be. I'll just try. I'll try and get somebody to see if they know. And what I'll say is, his parents need to be here. Can somebody get a message to Tashvara and Tarzus in Salgard. They need to be here for this.
Yeah, you gather a runner, and they say, the greatest of respects, we can send a message. I'm not sure by what means they would able to get here. It would take days of travel. If there is to be a ceremony today, they wouldn't be here in time, of course. But we can, by all means, send a message, unless you would wish the news to be presented by yourself rather than by letter.
As much as I would love to do this today, his parents need to be here for this.
Yes.
Let me go to my friends and we will look at holding off if we can for a few days so we can get word to them so they can get here.
By all means, if once you've prepared whatever missive you would have transported, it will be done.
And then Scaff will go off and try and find Zafira and Jin.
Mm-hmm. You don't find Jin. He's disappeared. Bye, Felicia. Zeph, what are you up to? Are you chilling in your room a bit more?
I mean, definitely changed out of the armor because it doesn't feel. It feels too heavy.
Yeah.
Probably very carefully put the orb somewhere protected, so that it doesn't. I don't know. She didn't just put it on a nightstand and hope it doesn't roll off. Like, no. It's probably on the bed because that's the safest place for it.
Yeah. Pushed down a bit so that it can't roll.
Just you and I going anywhere.
Yeah.
Kind of rolled up the blanket, just put it around as like a nest. Don't go anywhere. Yeah, hasn't left the room yet.
Okay. So in this first small amount of time, Scath, at least you can't find anyone, but within reason, people are probably they've got things to think about. But by all means,
shade away.
No one will do or say or send anything until you give them the word anyway. So no problem. Jin, you follow the eagle, which seems to be flying. You can tell at an intentional pace that you've picked up what it was perhaps putting down, and because you're following it, it'll fly off a little bit and then kind of swoop back. But it's always keeping enough of a distance that it's leading, but not so much that you lose sight of it, and it's at a fair height. You see people that are looking about, pilgrims are paying attention, like, ooh. You don't necessarily see a slow, medium height flying eagle. You walk across the sands, which are kept clean as much as possible. There's a warmth to the sand underfoot. And you continue out to a set of tents. Residential vibe and feel about them. There's the odd bag that's, left, like traveller's bag and such. There's a tub, a large wooden tub that has some water in it for those that want to maybe dip their toes, rest their weary feet, or maybe even splash the face. As you approach, there you can see your passive perception, massive passive. Looking into this first open tent, you see the eagle. It's probably about 40 feet ahead of you. It flies down, it lands at the tub and turns to look to make sure you're still following. And then it flies in towards the entrance of the tent, and you see an arm. Seems you catch a glimpse of the hand. Seems black furred. It lands on the arm and then is pulled into the tent out of sight.
The eagle got kidnapped. No.
Oh no!
No, not the eagle.
Do you approach?
I do, yeah.
Give me a perception check as you get. Are you just walking up? Are you stealthing?
I would announce myself. It's like, it's a beautiful bird.
Okay.
Perception check, you said, yeah?
Yeah.
24.
24. From within, you can hear two voices. Only two. In quiet conversation. Perhaps you catch a flick of conversation about the eagle and having gone to find him. Perhaps be the kind of initial thing you pick up on.
Mm-hmm.
And as Jin rounds with enough eye to see into the tent, Biggie, would you care to describe what Jin would see?
Biggie! Sorry.
As you look into the tent, you will see a tabaxi wearing black robes with red adornment, bright green eyes, quite short in stature. Well, I say short, that's an understatement. He's about 4'10", 4'11". And he's just sitting there reading a book. Just no weapons about him. And the eagle will probably be perched next to him as he's sat on perhaps on either a bed or maybe a
Yeah, they have
chair.
like bunks within the tents, yeah. And with him, heavy. What else would he see as he looks into the tent?
You see, standing at bang on 5 foot, because he's the tallest one. The absolute, maybe he's about 4'8", but 5 foot, yeah? 5 foot. That's all he just kind of repeats to himself. The henchest, white fur, mucky white fur, heavily scarred across his chest. You can see his pectoralis bulging through the fur. The odd scar. Sapphire blue eyes to match the emerald green of his black-furred brother. You can see the big heavy shin guards, gold and silver and black. The same sort of robes that the black tabaxi is wearing. This white one has got almost like he also had a robe, but he's just torn the top half off and the bottom half looks like a ragged sort of battle kilt. Just again red with a red robe, bit of adornment of black, slightly opposite. On one big shoulder, he's got a pauldron that looks like a bit of a demonic jaguar, sort of brass and bits of dented purple hanging on there. There's a shield on his back, blue and brass. He's got a beautiful short sword, gold and silver, and his armour kind of goes off to one side. So it's all heavy on this side, and then hang on. Heavy on his right side, shield on his left, sword in there, scar across his neck here. And he just, there's a cat, a very large cat, maybe, I'd say a hunting cat, not like a tiger or anything, but there's a decent sized desert cat that he seems to be giving it the eyes and just murmuring towards it like he's chatting it up. And this cat's just staring at him like, what the fuck is this?
Again, that familiarity for some reason kind of twinges to you, Jin, and even from, say, 20 feet away outside the tent, you can't help but just get a flicker. For some reason, there's just something reminiscent about, well, you can't put your finger on it. And as she stands out in the open, and he says, it's a nice bird, you too would notice him there.
Look over to my brother. Finally, he arrives. I was wondering when you were going to show up. Greetings, third son. Been expecting.
Greetings. Who am I? I'm at a disadvantage, as it appears.
I'll stand up. Not much height difference.
Just hop.
He's taller than the white-furred one, but the white-furred one is like stretching. Fucking,
I'll have one hand gingerly just sort of resting on the pommel of my blade. Just sort of like leaning on it a little bit.
Yes, indeed. Introductions. My name is Maxwell Swiftfang. And this is my brother Crixus.
the undefeated, the greatest of my kind. And as I'm saying that, I'm looking at the desert cat.
Also, a Swiftfang, I take it.
Yeah. I was number 7 in the litter, but we're pretty sure number 8 was a Fang Swift. But we don't talk about number 8 now. Little ruddy bastard.
But he was not great, was he? Nothing much came of him. I don't know what happened. I think it was a bag in a river somewhere. I don't know.
That doesn't sound like never talking about it, brother.
You know.
He slipped. We tried to catch him with a bag.
Oh no. Oh no.
Right.
But anyway. Yes.
You do look like him.
He does, doesn't he?
Some call it the image of spitting, I think. Might be the other way around.
Who are we talking about?
I look around the tent. Is there a mirror?
Simple, reflective surface. Nothing ornate, but there'll be a little...
That'd be as simple, DM. I grab the mirror and I step up to Jin, unarmed. Put my arm around him, hold the mirror, so it's almost like a selfie. There he is. There he is. Do you not see him? And I look at Jin. Do you not see him? No. And I'll look across to Max. Come on, help him out, Max. Have you got the letter?
Yes, I have the letter. Calm down. All right. Yes.
I'm on a date. He's interrupting.
I look at the desert cat on the floor.
Yes,
I look at him. I look at the cat. I look at Maxwell. And I sort of go like, does he mean?
Yes, just like the boss, he cannot control himself sometimes.
And I pull out a quill, and it doesn't look. You couldn't use this quill. I'm gonna get my journaling on later, and just gives a little nudge to Jin.
My head just goes.
Just like the boss.
Oh no!
The boss man taught me everything I don't know.
Pinch my nose, like
And I'll go over to her bed, reach into my pack, and pull out a letter. This is for you, and it explains everything.
Everything.
He always had a flair for the dramatic. I'll take the letter. I'll inspect the letter first.
So upon initial inspection,
poisoned.
Your hand melts. Is the letter still sealed?
Of course not.
No.
We will definitely have opened that and then blame the other one.
Yeah. So you see across the face of the envelope what was sealed quite deftly unsealed, but quite clearly not made enough of an attempt to reseal. Across the
I will
front,
pass judgment on them.
yeah, as you read, it says, "Do not open these, Maximus or Crixus. If you do, I won't be mad, but it's not for you, lads." And you open the letter.
I do.
See,
He even warns you about, that. Just, yeah, fair.
Well, we don't know what it says, but the bandit that snuck in the middle of the night and cracked the seal, he's dead now. He's also with the rump in the river with the bag and the cap.
I bet. I'll
and
go
we just look at
read.
each other and we're like,
You read the letter.
I do.
"For the attention of my baby brother, my savior and purchaser of my freedom, I am back. Surprise. That poison was horrendous, but at least I wasn't alive long enough to really feel my blood turn to solid jelly. Ouch. I feel like now is as good a time as any to bring you to a little bit of speed. Again, surprise. I was once the leader of the ECB, the Eagle Cliff Bastards." You see them two kind of just stood there as you read.
Are you reading this out loud?
I am not.
No.
Nah. We stand there anyway.
Yeah.
It'll eventually get to the bastard.
I mean,
And
We
as
know
I
what
get
it
to the
said, so-
bastards, my eyes will go up and
We-
go like,
We definitely don't know what it says. "It was a wild time. The things I've done and the stories I could tell you would turn your toenails inside out. You'd curl them so tight. Anyway, I died. So I am no longer the leader. But I am not mad, nor am I sad, because now I am free. However, my freedom comes with some less than positive caveats, along with some that I don't mind. Alive would be a loose term to attribute my current existence, whilst I am conscious, walking around, talking, and most importantly, ... journaling. I am for all intents and purposes in the eyes of the divine, still dead. Risen or undead, as some people say. That is what brings me to my next point. This is why I have sent my good friends and my loyal right and left hands, Wiz-Was Magic Man, Swifty, or Swiftfang, or Max, whatever he introduced himself as, and his brother, Crixus, the Gladiator. I wanted to use my newfound freedom to come to help you with whatever it is that you are doing, but since I cannot come to the Great Tree, even if I wanted to come and help you, the twins will act in my place, and help you however they can. Hopefully they get there before you leave. That would be awkward. Anyway, then once you have done whatever nonsense you and the Dragon Lady Puppy are doing, other than journaling, then maybe you can come and see me in Eagle Cliff. Say hi to the Lizard Man. Hopefully he has learned to shoot more swiftly. And say hi to Azura for me. I was told it was him that carried my dangling corpse up the hill for my boys to tree-walk me home. So thanks, big fella. To you, my brother, despite it all, dying really brings things into perspective. You know me, and I know you, and whilst I will always live my life free as I can, I too will never forgive our father. So if you do ever find him, maybe you will let him live long enough that we can both slit his throat. If you cannot do that, though, then give him one extra dig from me, eh? With the best of wishes, your now immortal, definitely not dead brother, Val. And the letter is ended with an obnoxiously flourished signature and a finger-painted eagle, similar to the scarified eagle on the chests of members of the ECB.
Can we see that he gets to the end, like feeding the scroll for as he gets to the end?
Reasonably, I think would be fair to say.
I'll put 1 foot on just a rock in the thing, so it's like 3 inches off the floor, and just stand up around and be like, "Where are the bastards?"
and raise one eyebrow. So I gathered.
yes.
He does the magic, not me.
Well, someone has to have the brains in this bunch.
And you, hang on. And I'll just
I have
start.
the brains, you have the muscles.
I do have the muscles, and I'll dance my pecs, looking at the desert cat.
Desert cat's just kind of licking its paw, just looking up.
Oh yeah, I'm fully aware this cat's like fucking.
What the fuck's going on?
Get me a fit cheese and milk, mate.
Yes.
Well, you
We
caught
are
us
here.
at a bad time.
Why?
The big guy, I'll sort of look at him, squint my eyes. Boss
The boss, yes.
The boss man.
refers to as of not 2 hours ago.
I think
left this
that was his
world.
name.
There's a visible headache starting to like happen already.
I just love your subtlety, Crixus. You're wonderful.
I mean, he's right. Again to the desert cat. You say lost. Should we go get him?
No.
Yes,
no.
if you could do that real quick, that would be much appreciated. But I don't think he'll suffer or he'll be blessed the same way as your boss has. When is the last time you saw my brother? When you were receiving of this message?
Yes, before we departed Eagle Cliff to come here.
I'm guessing he has already been using amply his newly found immortality.
He called
Yes,
it.
many of the women in Eagle Cliff have found this out, that he can have lots of energy now, yes.
We made a skeleton joke. He said he were born in. We laughed.
Yeah. If that is what you are alluding to.
Sure, that's what I've been alluding to.
Hell of a quill on him.
So what I'm going to do with you two then? I know what this letter says, but
Well, we have our uses, and we have been tasked with lending you aid in whichever way we can. Accompanying you if you travel anywhere. We are at your service.
Boss man says you're boss man.
That is good. I
this
like
can
that. Yes.
only go so well.
I mean, we're really good at what we do.
I bet. Okay.
Unless
Okay.
it's what each other does, and then we're really bad at it.
Well, the boss man did allude to your lizard friend being good at setting things on fire. You've seen fuck all yet compared to me.
Wonderful.
Hooray!
Amazing. My brother comes back to life and he leaves me lunatics. This is awesome.
He did
Does the
train
big-
us well.
I'm not the sharpest sandwich in the bonfire, but when you said the big man was not like the boss man, is he gone across to the other side?
Yes, with no way back, I'm afraid.
Is there a wick?
We're yet to hold one.
You should definitely hold one.
I will take down their advisement, thank you.
We're also
I take it-
part-time entertainers.
I take it
So
you're the
I-
funeral undertaker of this bunch, then?
This is news to me, but yes, what?
I am an exceptional bat, am I not, brother?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
I can sing. Where the fuck's she going?
Bad enough.
So what is it that you guys can do then?
Well, my specialty lie in the arcane. If I can read it from a book and it makes things go poof, then yes, this is what I'm good at.
Do you do other things that make things go poof?
Oh, I can. Yes, I'm also pretty good at looking from afar through arcane means. Have you ever heard of the spell called scrying?
Unfortunately.
It's like
I can do
crying,
this.
plural.
No, what? This is why I'm the intelligent one. He can't even read.
I can
What
read.
about you? Apart from obviously reading and
I am
stinging.
the world's greatest at none of that. If you want it killing, I'll kill it. If you want it journaling, I'll journal the shit out of it whilst killing. Other things, otherwise it gets a bit weird. If there's sand beneath my feet, the enemy's gone. Brown bread. People like to see me kill. Isn't that right, brother? I just do for no apparent reason. I just kind of crouch, bring out my sword, hold my shield, and just look around the place and then put it back.
You have received many cheers from crowds watching you fight. That is true.
He makes
He is
things go
very
poof.
good.
I make things go please, not the face.
That
You
includes in his
see
journaling.
Jin having slowly developing an aneurysm right there in that tent, looking at these two that my brother has saddled me with.
There's just like an eye twitch.
Can I just end it now? Step a cool, baby. Just do it.
drinks with little umbrellas.
Yeah. Bossman reckons
You guys have alcohol with you.
Hey, not anymore. Hence the
Not even
wake.
good for that.
They must have alcohol at the wake.
They may have. It doesn't sound like anything has been planned yet, because as you heard, it's only just happened.
If you need help planning a wake, we got this.
Awesome. Great. Fantastic. I don't know what's next.
Lead on. Where's the rest of them? Are they all at the wake?
They're
Or is it
mourning.
just the big man? Do we know any? Sorry, Mr. DM.
Yeah.
Do we know anything at all about Jin and Zeph? As in,
I don't know what the letter implied.
I shall reiterate that bit to remind. It did say in the letter, which you definitely haven't read.
come in.
And then once you've done whatever nonsense you and the Dragon Lady Puppy are doing, other than journaling, then maybe you can see me at Eaglecliff. You know that Val refers to Zephyra as the Dragon Lady Puppy, and you kind of get the vibe that's probably because he doesn't remember her name all the time. And but he does remember that he called her that once, and so that's how he refers to Jin's lady friend.
Our knowledge is Jin and Zeph got it on once, but we're unaware of how it has evolved.
Yeah, most likely, because Jin was Val.
I mean, Val didn't
Was dead.
It didn't happen. They didn't become official until after Duria's side. So
Yeah, there was something
Val made
there.
assumptions.
Yeah,
he was correct.
Definitely, yeah.
But
So Zeph was sat by him, Jin, when he was in the stocks, and from a professional journaler, you can see when there's chemistry in the air. But yeah, he didn't know to what extent they were, whatever.
So looking up at how tall is Jin?
Wow.
Never been asked in 32 episodes.
Yeah. You're absolutely right. Let me very quickly. Actually, I was smart, I think, and I put it all in my background stuff. I'm
Okay.
pretty sure. Yeah, I'm 6 foot.
Yeah, so 5 foot. Well, I'm 4 foot. What are you? 4'10"? I'm 4'9". Looking up. So, what's it like? Co-journaling. See what I did there, Max. With a puppy lady dragon.
How's your sex life, Jin?
I should have got Jin.
Val's taught them well.
The scales.
Do you?
Rough,
Do you?
or
Do
they're
you?
smooth? Is there an oil to them? Like I tried it once with a gecko, but it didn't have.
I'm just
I'm
going
not a
to
big
like.
a big cat.
I'm just.
That gecko's now in a wheelchair.
Jin moves a little closer, and sort of, you see a sharpness to his eyes as he stares daggers into your soul. 4'8", you said?
I mean, to most 5 foot, but yeah.
You want to become 5'7"?
Speaking
4'7"?
Because hey, you're very tall.
Oh,
Hello, Lucy. You all right? You up to bed? No, Debs. You're not allowed to hear these conversations.
Why?
What? We are swearing, yeah.
Are they swearing?
Talking about journaling.
Just check on the gecko, yeah?
Yeah.
Check on the gecko.
Oh, a method, all right? A method. I had to practice just in case.
You send your kid away like, what the gecko?
Right, it's 8:05.
Yeah, go on.
With an introduction having been made to Jin's left and right hand, chaps,
Pals.
boys, da boys, we will pop
boy.
for a break. 10:15, come back about 20 past. That'll do, everyone.
20
That's
past.
good to me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
20 past is good.
Cool. Right, we'll
Beautiful.
chuck us on a 15-minute break. Pee pee poo poo, refill your drinks, and we will be back soon. Hi, everybody. We're back. Pee-peed and poo-pooed. With introductions made to the Tabaxi twins, Val's left and right hand, Jin, you're stood on the sand. The little eagle hopping about on the table flops over and sits on Max's arm, hops down and kind of hops around your feet, Jin. There's that. It's weird. Like, you've been introduced to these maniacs, legends, best friends. What kind of people, you're not quite sure yet. But what's clear and doesn't require an insight check is they've got a little bit of brother in them. You know, there's that kind of mentality. They've obviously spent enough time around Val. You just can't help but have that reference of familiarity. And perhaps it provides a flicker of comfort that despite his situation, at least your brother's not fully dead. And perhaps also that your trust was well placed in the rat, eagle, druidy guy who was loyal to your brother as well. And perhaps there's comfort that lies in the fact that, despite now being clearly referenced, the ex-leader of the Eagle Cliff Bastards, there's honour amongst thieves, so to speak, and he clearly had his boys, and his boys had his back. And so there you stand, amidst the left and right hand of your brother.
Kill him. I'm just looking back and forth, contemplating what madness has befallen me. So you're good at hitting things, and you're good at making things go boom.
Yeah. Give or take. I can do lots of different things with magic. But yes, that is my forte.
Okay. Boom. Even more chances for me to get set on fire. Okay.
You don't have to worry about that for me. Even if I hit you with my fire, it won't hurt.
It'll only set you on fire if he catches you journaling his pages. Take from that what you will.
Yes, and don't you forget that, Crixus. Last time I caught you.
Bit of fur missing on the ear.
Don't touch the book. Got it.
I have to get a whole new book after that to rewrite everything out.
Don't touch
Together,
the book.
everything was gross.
It was artistic.
That's a word for it. Okay. Boy.
Right.
The wick.
So where are we going? Yes.
I hold the tent flap open. I try to hold it open as high as I can, but you know.
This is going to be a rather a solemn undertaking.
Do we know
people are going to be emotional?
Do we know
didn't you kill him once in the arena?
Twice, I think.
But yes.
Was that
I
Solomon and his mate Rusty? Nah, can't be. And then I'll walk out the tent.
I apologize.
I'm just like, that's not what I meant.
I know what you meant.
I'll pop my head back in the tent. Will there be chicken legs at the wick?
It's a buffet.
We won't find out until we get there. So off you go.
Zeph is gonna kill me, and I'm gonna walk
Zeph?
out the tent.
I'm
not even like explaining myself. I'm just shaking my head and walking back. And every so often I'll just sort of check if they're following me.
Yeah, we are.
Definitely.
As I walk out to the tent, I'll just look back to the eagle. Agron, come.
eagle flops. Is it just got to fly with you, or?
I'll just have it fly above.
Yeah, cool.
Should we just call it Agron?
I love that eagle.
So you, before you get back to the tree, like 15 minutes, the kind of the base of the rock outcropping. You see gathering at the foot of the climb up to the temple. You see Keres, and he is flanked by maybe 30 Orthus priests, pilgrims, followers. You can see most of them, even you two as well, even your passive perception. It looks like, for all intents and purposes, he's just walked them across the desert, unfed and unwatered. They all look fucked. But they all appear to be in reverence of him, respectful. You can't make out any conversation because he's keeping to one side so as not to disturb anyone, but you can tell there's an air of regret and confusion, and amidst that, thankfulness of, oh, we've lost Berg. Is Berg still here, or is it just camera that's gone?
What the fuck happened there?
Oh, he's still here.
Oh God!
Berg, no!
He had enough of the tabaxis already. No, fuck this. Go on.
My Discord just went poof.
It wasn't me. I don't think.
So yeah, you can tell that he's gathering a group. You see he looks over his shoulder and he sees you walking up, and he puts his hands out to the group and he catches to meet you at the foot.
I sort of bow my head a little to him.
He gives you a nod. I have gathered the faithful. They will stand watch outside of the temple. And whilst I didn't necessarily want to invite them in, they all expressed deep sympathy and regret at what had happened, despite them not being of their own mind. So they will watch from the outside of the temple, and I should like to commune with your other colleague, Zafira, for I feel
That'll
that
be
perhaps,
fine, I think.
yes, if she can find it within her and doesn't mind, perhaps imparting some words to them all. For, as I've been informed, she is a redemption oath, I believe.
Yes.
And I think now is as good a time as any. He kind of looks over his shoulder at the group. And they're all kind of, like, most of them have got the robes on. You can tell some of them have obviously shaved their head, but rather than soap and a fine Turkish blade, they've probably, like, just daggered it. You know, they are... You can't see any obvious... there's maybe one or two that you can see with your massive passive that have probably got some reference to, like, maybe at the top of the neck or at the top of the head, the start of where, as you'd seen on many of them, where they've just scarified chains into their own bodies, and yeah, these guys are rough.
I'll sort of, like, look them over and look back at the paladin, and you sure they're gonna be okay out here? They don't look like they've had the best sort of time the last couple of...
They've certainly suffered, but I fear that prolonging their suffering internally, if not externally, wouldn't do them any justice either. Whilst, of course, I will apply no rush to Zafira, I believe. I shall certainly like to speak to her. But they will wait outside None of them are injured or suffering from any wounds, of course. I've checked them all for infection, given the mutilation that the Expanse had wrought them. So they are of all good health, despite their internal struggles, perhaps.
Okay. That's good at least.
But we will give you the space that you need. I know you've got plenty to deal with, so I appreciate you. We will be present when needed. They shall await outside, and I shall gather you all shortly for a ceremony when everyone is ready. He kind of turns and nods to the group, and in rows of 2 or 3, they all start to peacefully, hands kind of over the chest. Some of them are even walking with their hands covering the typical Orthian manner. And they're just kind of looking at the floor, eyes covered. They all walk up, and as they get to the top, they split, and there's like 10, 15 on each side, just flanking the opening to the temple, so as not to get in the way.
I'll just give Max a little elbow. Max.
Yes.
I hope they're not in charge of the entertainment.
Very intense, aren't they?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. It's all right. I'll prepare a song.
That would be an improvement, yes.
Because obviously my perception's nuts. So I just look back and shake my head
Smile.
over my shoulder. Like, no. Mm-mm.
So you all make your way back up towards the temple.
We shall follow Jin.
Yep. Making your way in. Scaff, Zeph, if there's anything else you want to have done or prepared, but certainly in the main temple lobby, there's candles, on most surfaces. Edges of pews, plinths, around the edges of the holy water receptacles.
Yeah, I think Zafira would probably stand with Scath. She still hasn't said anything since she came back out. And up.
I'm going to say, so like I said earlier, obviously I'll go try and find Zafira and Jin first and say, we need to hold off a few days so we can get his parents here. His parents need to be here for this.
She kind of just shakes her head for a moment. I don't think that's possible, Scath.
This can wait for at least 4 or 5 days.
They have
What's
to
his
travel
parents?
here by themselves. Have you forgotten there's a blockade? How are
I'm
they
sure
going to get here?
we can. I'm hoping the tree can spare a cart and a couple of guards so that his parents can get here.
Scath, there's a blockade. Do you know what it took us to get north? Do you remember the ship? There's no way that Tashrava and Tarsius can just go past the blockade. Let alone find the ship. I don't think they can be here, Scath.
I just don't think it's right without his parents being here. They need to be able to say goodbye.
Yes, but if he'd died anywhere else, say in the middle of the desert, that same sentiment, whilst I understand it, it's not possible, Scath.
He didn't. It was here.
Yes.
We can afford a few days to see if there's any way they can get here.
I disagree. But to disagree, you need the opinion of a third.
I don't know where Jin's gone.
Outside.
I mean, I saw him go that way, but I don't know where. I don't know how long he's going to be.
He'll be back.
But I want to at least try and get them here. They need to be able to say goodbye. Let's speak to Jin, but then this is asking a lot, but I'll see if my sister can get there to get them here. I don't want to do this.
Sister probably has her hands full trying to mend whatever has happened in the city. With the Orthus followers not being their own. I know, I understand. I do.
He was too young, Zafira. He didn't even get to see the world.
No, I know. It's not fair. But it wouldn't have been fair if it was anyone else either.
Just nods along.
You guys stand, watch, sentry, I suppose, next to the plinth placed in the centre of the temple. You wait for maybe 20 minutes, half an hour, and you start to see from the outside Orthus followers start to form up on either side of the entry. And then a minute or two later, you see Keres walks
Followed
up.
by anybody? Is it the Orthus followers first?
The Orthus followers, form up either side.
I'll put my hand on my short sword. That's at my lower back because it's like.
Yeah, reasonable. There's still guards at the front door as well. The front door, I say, the front opening to the temple in the tree. And then a minute or two later, you see Keres comes up. And then very shortly after, you see Jin walks up. Behind Jin, 2 4'10", give or take, tabaxi. One in robes, one that looks like a tiny gladiator. But you walk in, Jin, you see Zeph and Scath are stood sentry next to the plinth in the centre of the temple.
Sort of look at them. Look at the plinth. News always comes in multiple parts. Good news. My brother is, turns out the man that we trusted to deliver what needed to be delivered came through. And my brother has bestowed upon me the gift of, and I'll gesture behind me, these 2 wonderful individuals.
Hello.
You just see Crixus just staring at Zeph.
Just a blank expression, not even looking at the two furry things, just I'm looking at Jin.
Looking at Scaff back, and I just go, I know. I know.
We need to talk before anything happens.
Yeah. We do.
I mean, it's wonderful news that Val is doing well for himself.
And others.
Yeah, very well.
Hello.
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 Maxwell, I'll point at. And
Me.
then I'll point the other one.
Mm-hmm.
Crixus? What was your
Crixus.
name? Crixus.
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 He
Maxwell.
hits things.
Crixus.
The undefeated.
Blows things
Undefeated.
up.
Greatest of my kind. You may have heard of me. He just flexes for no reason.
I can't say that I have, but nice to meet you.
Somebody called
Don't
God
understand.
of the Arena. It's like capital name to. Anyway,
So you've heard of the arena in Eagle Cliff,
We're all from
But you have heard of me.
but you have heard of me.
No, Zeph genuinely wouldn't have. She's no clue about Eagle Cliff. So.
Not many people know.
Jin,
full of bastards, but we're the best too.
Yes.
Yes.
Which is why we followed the boss.
He's probably a better
Oh,
bastard
yeah.
than us, but you know.
I am
Back on
substitute
track.
boss, apparently.
my head hurts already.
I know, mine does too.
I'll give you some practice for palace duties.
Oh, okay.
I guess.
Ah.
Anyways,
Ah.
back on track. Before I get upset again, Scaff thinks we shouldn't hold the ceremony today, and we should wait until possibly somehow Azura's parents can make it here. And I disagree, because I don't think it's a viable option for them to be here.
His parents need to say goodbye.
I agree with having them say goodbye. Sorry, I just came through the door. Scaff, did you think about how to get them here logistically?
Where do they live?
So God.
And there a blockade around there.
Yeah,
Yes.
there is.
You know of the blockade very well, you two, because it's an Eagle Cliff blockade.
10%.
10%.
It took us so long to get here. Yes, it would take much time.
Yes, the only thought.
Sorry. Where's Azura? Is he in?
Azura's on the
Okay.
centre of
Okay.
the temple, and he's on this long 7 foot by 10 foot, like marble stone plinth.
Sorry, now, mate.
Oh, no, sorry. The only possible thing I can think of to get them here is if we can delay it by 4 or 5 days. If I can ask my sister if she's able to use her skill in being able to teleport there, get over here in time.
Will your sister be coming to the wake as well?
I don't know. I've not spoken to her yet. Crixus.
Elizabeth.
But I can
Like
at
I
least
said, I think that she
ask.
probably has her claws full trying to fix
So,
whatever's happened in Octopian.
it's worth asking, perhaps. However, we're also dealing with a congregation of Orpheus followers that want to.
I don't care about the office followers.
Uh,
They're not my problem.
They're not, but Let's not piss anyone off. We don't need to, Scout.
And I'm not dealing
We
with
can
them.
do both.
My thought is Azura at the moment,
We can do both.
giving him the proper send off, and his family needs to be here.
And I'm saying we can do both. Is there any reason why we couldn't allow his family to have the opportunity to say goodbye and us to do a religious ceremony tonight? As far as I know, his parents weren't faithful of any kind. They wouldn't mind
It's
our
not about
ceremony
being
already
faithful.
having been done.
It's not about faithful or not. It's about them being able to say goodbye.
I'm
Yeah,
just,
and that's
Scaff,
what
I'm
I'm
just,
saying. They can do both.
I'm just concerned because if, yes, you can of course ask your sister for yet another favor, but I mean, if she's busy and she can't get them here, then how are they going to get through your Scaff? They're not going to get through the blockade. They're too. Forgive
good
me for
fighters?
saying this. No, they're too getting up there in age lizard folk. And they're not fighters, Scaff. They can't fight their way through the blockade, and they certainly probably don't have the funds to pay through it.
We've got more than enough funds to be able to cover that.
What if they die on the way?
That's why I was trying to see about teleportation. Teleportation.
Maxwell has a book, right? Out of character, above table.
And in
He
character.
does. Yes.
Sorry, you have a book, don't you? Are you a wizard?
He's a wizard, Ali.
Killed an arrow once.
Bless you, Jen. Got sand in his nose.
Too much sand here, man.
There's not enough sand.
Okay, well, Scath, of course, your sister, you can ask her. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, and she kind of looks around Jen a bit to look at Maxwell's book. Are you versed in the arcane arts as well?
No.
Yes. Forgive him. He's annoying sometimes, but yes.
Kind of fits his boss. Are you able to use teleportation magic?
Unfortunately, I'm not versed in that level of magic yet.
Right. So, I guess, looks at Scaff, ask your sister, please also, if you can, ask her what's the situation in the city.
Does
And
his sister
then-
live with his parents?
No. His
Does she live
sister
there?
lives in Loctopian.
Where's his parents?
Azura's parents?
Where,
In Saugard.
Would it take her a while to get there?
She has magical ability to
Just
teleport there.
go to Zeph and go like,
She's a very powerful wizard who can use teleportation.
She basically snaps her claws and then she's somewhere else.
Nice.
Paige, what I know
Yeah.
about teleportation magic and the limitations of what you'd need to know about a place to get there if there was no circle.
Floor squiggles.
So you'd know, there's the two major forms of it. You'd know there's teleportation circle, which consumes less powerful magic because it uses the channeling of a circle itself. Teleportation on its own can reasonably get you anywhere, but there are limitations based on familiarity, blah blah blah, etc. Within reason, you'd probably know that someone to teleport, just if they just wanted to get to Saugard, they'd probably be able to get relatively close. Probably not to Azura's front door, but, close enough. And then if they wanted to come to the Great Tree, they could probably get within the locale as opposed to the front door. But it's feasible, but you'd know it'd take. They'd have to use a slot to get there, a slot to get back, and depending on what level they are, you'd know slots are expensive for straight ass teleportation and limited. So it'd probably take a couple of days because she'd have to teleport there, bring them to the tree the next day.
And then they also have to get back somehow.
Again, which would take a number of days.
What did they say when you told them?
You haven't been told yet.
Oh, you were surprised
we
by
can
that.
we can hold off for now until you've asked your sister. I'm sure we'll be able to maintain Azura as he is.
Should ask his mum and dad if they want to come.
I'm sure they would want to.
But again, with the
If they have the
limitations of
chance.
teleportation, it would still take at least 2 days for them to get here. And you say you need to do a ceremony tonight.
We don't need to do the ceremony tonight. I was just...
You said they're not faithful, yeah? They don't
As
follow
far as
faith.
we know, they're
They
about
might
as
have other
faithful as anyone
traditions.
else.
Was a look across at Azura. Did he have any particular, I don't know how to word it, little quirks that don't belong to the gods? Did he light a candle every night or speak to the spirits of the land? Or he's a big fucker.
I don't know. I've met them once or twice. Wouldn't know about those things.
What about him? I point at Azura. I'm assuming you met him more than once or twice.
He had no rituals so much.
Where was he from?
Apart from the rituals that I put him through.
It's complicated, but so bad.
We're all from Saugart, pretty much.
Just out of
Well,
respect, I'd probably let his mum and dad know before you send the cab round, as in horse and cab.
That is a good point.
That I don't know how to get in contact with.
Because if your sister just tips up and goes, "Come on, we're off to your son's funeral," it's an hell of a way to receive the news. And if they're elderly folk and your sister's, Jandalf, so you don't get so pitchy.
Cheers, mate.
Come here, brother. Come here.
Gandalf.
Gandalf.
Oh, that's
He's
great.
he's Bordeaux's mate, but don't worry about it.
What? All right.
Would your sister bring them regardless of their wishes?
No.
Yeah, I'd speak to them first.
I don't know anywhere to get in contact with them.
We need someone who can message, or we need a... No.
A powerful wizard.
I don't think a message would reach, actually. I think we need a sending.
We would.
While you guys are discussing, Veta shambles over. Excuse me, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. I'll be brief. Would you guys be adverse to the temperature in the temple dropping just a wee bit? I'd like to offer an element from the ape out of respect.
Not at all. Better, please. Go ahead.
Aye. And he goes to one side and starts channeling something.
Lodge, Max.
I just... Go on, sorry.
Did he see you bringing a monkey?
Something about an ape. I think it's God things.
All right.
What has your brother sent us, Jin?
Chaos
Yeah.
in feline form. Scaff.
The elite bastards.
My head's too full to even grasp what the fuck is going on, Scaff, let alone
Remind me,
what
next
my
time I see
brother
him.
has sent me.
Remind me, next time I see him, I'm going to shoot him.
I don't
He told us
think
you
he
tried
could
that
die
before and you
anymore.
weren't successful, so good luck.
You see Soraya makes her way, like giving you a wide-ish berth. She makes her way round and she stands next to Veta and then crouches next to Veta to be the same height as him. Gets down on her
Yes.
on her 2 knees. You see
O'Neill.
he's channeling something and he's holding his symbol and she kind of matches. She holds her symbol and they kind of wrap their arms ish and start doing some finger wiggling wassa wassa.
Get a room.
You feel the temperature dips in the room. Not uncomfortably so, but perhaps a temperature you'd not expect in the Kerecekian climate. A coolness as opposed to a coldness. And you look up, and from within the darkness, you can't quite see the roof into the blackness at the top of the temple. And it gently starts to snow. As the snow gets maybe 10, 15 feet in random heights, kind of dissipates. It doesn't land and start to fill the room. Almost like a visual effect as opposed to actual snow.
Is it just around them, or did you say the whole?
Like the whole interior of the temple. And Veta's kind of just... And you see as Soraya is along with him, you see that some of the flecks of snow, they kind of just lightly burst with a flicker of warm flame light, just randomly, almost like little snow fireworks that just drift inside the temple. And then Veta kind of looks up and he nods at Soraya and she smiles slowly. Then they get up and scatter.
Scaff, I think it's best you talk to your sister as best as you can. I know you only have a limited amount of things you can say, but
So I don't think it matters now. It looks like everyone's just going full into just doing this today.
we can always talk to them.
Saying goodbye can happen separately, Scaff. It's okay.
It would just have been nice for his parents to be here.
Take his ashes with you. Give them to the parents.
I can talk to the 4 and see what we can do. If they're willing to delay, I don't think they're going to have anything against it.
It's fine. It's fine. Just let's get this over with.
It's a ceremony like this is not something that you just get over with.
Last time I knew somebody that died, was killed, I denounced my faith. I'm not willing to make that mistake again.
What leads you to believe that you have to, or that you would?
I want this to be done properly.
Well then, let's talk to the 4. You talk to your sister, I'll talk to the 4. Okay? Good. and I'll have a look around for the 4 paladins, if they're in a group or if they're separate.
Yeah, they're
Probably
all
Denala,
kind
'cause
of
she-
nearer their
Yeah.
own respectful areas to give you guys the space. But they're all kind of watching over, and as you are obviously kind of trying to gather attention, they all kind of look at each other and start to converge.
Yeah,
Denala
I'll
approaches.
head over. Just something that Scath has brought up. If it's possible, we would like to explore the possibility that maybe Azura's parents can be here. While they
Okay.
do live in Saugard, Scath would like to contact his sister in Loctorpian and see if she can maybe help with bringing them here so they can say goodbye as well.
Of course.
However, that'll, of course, take a little bit of time. So
She kind of
if
holds her
it's-
hand up a little. One thing I'd like to impart, I'm not sure if it has been expressed just yet, the gravitas of which your friend's achievement means to everyone at the tree. If you were not successful, I fear all would have been lost. If you need more time to make preparations, there is no rush.
Right.
The pilgrims can wait. We can hold sermon at the pools. Perhaps it'll make a change of pace. Let people starfish with Soraya for a while. She kind of smirks. Whatever needs to be done can be done later. Make your communications. We can try to help. Not sure what we could do, but one thing we can do is allow you the time. No one is in any rush.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Denala.
Absolutely.
I'll look at... Has Scaff left, or is he gonna deliver his message in the temple with your sending stone?
I was effectively waiting for Zephyra's like
Oh,
thumbs up, effectively saying like,
Mhm.
yeah, the paladins are okay with waiting, effectively.
yeah. I'll give the paladins a short, really brief bow and a nod, and then I'll look over at Scaff and nod.
Yeah, Soraya pipes up. You need not nod in reverence to us, Zephyra. You are one of us.
I
Vetter and I will take a number of pews outside. Sermons can be held at any time. The temple is Azura's until ready. Denala kind of looks at the other 4, or the other 3, and they kind of look at her. We had a thought that we wanted to offer to you as his colleagues. That one thing that could be done, should you wish it, for we do not know, of course, what kind of inter you would require, a form of cremation or burial or whatever was required, but one thing that we can do with our combined faith at the tree is we don't like the word petrification. It usually holds negative connotations. But we can, in essence, should it be wished, we can make a statue of Azura, that he would stand and be held, to be remembered rather than mourned, I suppose. It is an option that we can offer, that I would ask you put to your friends, perhaps.
Yes.
One of many things that could be done.
I think if we can establish contact with his parents, hopefully, it would just not just be our decision. I feel like we should probably take into consideration what they'd want.
Absolutely.
So I will bring it up and we will discuss it, and then
Of course.
we'll let you know.
She looks at the other paladins, gives you a nod. Right. Come on then. And they all start heading to the back sets of pews, and over the course of the next bit, if you need them, they're there, but they're just going to start taking a bunch of pews outside.
Back over to the others.
Just before you do, Kerez just stops you. Zafira, may I? I know that you are a redemptive oath.
Yes.
The Summer Lady. I wanted to ask if you wouldn't mind. Absolutely no rush or pressure, of course. But I feel there's no one better who might be able to offer solace to those of my faith that are flanked outside the entrance to the tree, and there they will wait for now. I believe that they wish to offer an apology, or to atone, perhaps. So maybe,
I see.
if it would be okay and you wouldn't mind offering them some words. Just let me know. I won't ask for a decision now. You know, there's no pressure.
I will have to think of what I want to say.
Of course. Of course.
But I know that they weren't themselves, and that they had essentially no choice in the matter. For not many are as strong-minded as we are.
I fear that is why they want to seek atonement or redemption. For those things done not of one's own mind are still things done.
Yes. But until I've found the right words to say, you can tell them that for me there is no blame placed upon them.
Absolutely. I shall... Well, there they shall guard. For now.
It's good to see that you're doing better again, Kerez.
You can see he's got small bags under his eyes. He's been through it as well, but tougher than most. I'm sure after a good night's rest, finally. But that can wait. He gives you a nod and potters over to Veta, helps him pick up a pew. And off they go.
Vetter, on the other hand, hanging off. No, no.
He might be a wee dwarf, but he's a strong lad.
Just go back to the others. We have all the time we need. There's no rush.
That's good.
Azura will be kept in the temple. Sermons and such will be held outside for the pilgrims that wish to have them. But for now, other than us and the paladins and obviously the guard, no one will come in here.
So we have time. That helps.
Something to consider. even before Azura's parents get here, hopefully, is that we're going to have to think about what will happen to Azura's body, and something that the paladins have offered is to, how do I express this respectfully? It sounds a bit odd, I guess, but they've essentially offered to turn Azura into something like a statue.
What, like taxidermy?
No, a statue. And
that makes more sense.
for a sort of I suppose, a memorial that can be beheld at the Great Tree. We don't have to make a decision on it now. It's just something that they've offered they could do.
That is certainly an interesting thing to offer.
No. He's saved the realm, essentially. Definitely saved every soul here. That is something to be remembered.
With one arm.
Yes.
Just proper like nods of like awe.
Look over at Scath. If you'd like to.
Aye, fuck off.
Yeah. There's quiet corners now. Like, the paladins are just moving pews. It's just you guys in here, basically. It's snowing lightly. Nice and cool. You can find a quiet corner wherever. Or if you'd like to go outside, it's up to you.
Go outside where it's warmer.
Yeah, fair.
And because it's the first time today, sending stone. And I'll just say, not with the firm voice Gaff normally has, a bit of a croak in his voice. And I'll just say, I'm sorry, sister, but I would ask a favour of you, and we need to talk regarding an issue that involves Azura. Please, sister. And I'll just wait for a reply.
Couple of seconds go by. The lack of detail in your message and the sound of your voice perhaps offer an understanding that whatever you called upon me for maybe didn't go as well as we'd have hoped. And then it goes silent. A few seconds later, you hear a voice in the back of your head. Me again. Is this a conversation that you would perhaps prefer face to face, rather than in short bursts of words?
In person would be better. But I understand being able to get to the Great Tree is maybe difficult for you.
Scath, roll me percentile.
Uh-oh. She's going to flex and just show up.
You say what? Difficult?
You know who I am.
Do you know who I am?
Feels a mage hand slap you across the back of the head.
Pull your trousers up, you scruffy fucker.
That's 82.
Good. Good. Do you do anything else while you're outside? Or are you just gonna
No.
stand there?
I do nothing else.
Okay. So, bear with 2 seconds. Yeah, nice, cool. You stand and you wait, and you don't get another message back. About 30 seconds go by, and then you start to see about 10-15 feet from you, like a zephyr of wind just starts to lightly build up. And there's a couple of flickers, flashes of arcane resonance. Then a cloud of dust permeates, filling a 10-foot space. And silhouetted within the dust that dissipates, your sister appears before you.
She
Don't say
really
nothing.
said bet. Bet.
Bet.
It's difficult for you to get here. Bet.
You rolled high. If you'd fluffed your percentile, she's not come in for a day or two. She's landed in Eagle Cliff.
Don't say nothing. I just go up and just hug her.
She kind of caught off guard and then relaxes, and you feel that mage hand just pat you on the back. That's the right hand, but it's backwards. It's like a... She pats you on the back. Perhaps I don't need to ask, but I'm sorry. Locktorpian will be fine. The steel's there. The Orthians are a mess. But we kept them under control.
We have Azura to thank for. Well, he's the one that put a stop to it in the end. And if it wasn't for his sacrifice, his life may not have been the only one we lost that day.
She looks you up and down. She kind of furrows her brow a little bit and then nods slowly. Well, it has been some years since I've been here. This place is enormous. And you see she kind of wobbles a little as she looks up, gets that flicker of vertigo, and she's like, oh, fucking hell. Looks and sees the flanking of Orthus followers, and she looks at you and then rolls her eyes. So it was everywhere then. Are they... You see she kind of lowers her hand to her spellbook.
The paladins have got it under control.
As they should.
And then just nod this way. He's in here.
See Scaff returns a minute or two after leaving to contact his sister. You all see a sight you've not seen since left at the bridge outside Dora Yusai. How long ago? A week or two ago?
Longer than that.
Yeah, probably longer. Feels longer. And Sarazella
Probably
walks in, still in her I was at work, but my brother called me for an emergency conversation. Still got her full guard captain regalia, the sash across her front. You guys see... Go on.
Sorry. Being a wizard, can I get a sense of
Yeah,
the aura of how powerful she is?
I mean, I don't necessarily know she exudes an aura of powerful wizard, but like you can see she's got she's got a mage hand, like spectrally following, as opposed to an arm that's on her left side, but it's a right hand. And you can see on her hip there she does have a spell book, but it appears to be sealed, and on the front of it there's like a touchstone faceplate that she's kind of just loosely hovering her hand near, always kind of ready.
Hello, Bo Max. 2 questions, brother.
Go on.
If the big one they keep calling Zeph, does that mean she's the puppy one?
That, well, saying what possibly happened.
The second question.
Yeah, that's...
Is she related to the big fella? Because both of them are missing arms.
Wait, what?
Well, he's definitely not got an arm. And she's got a weird... Can I tell this? I mean, you said it's spectrally following her instead of an arm.
Well,
Yeah,
definitely know what mage hand is because Max has
said you.
uses it a lot.
Is she the mother of the big man?
I don't know.
You can see she does, but like despite being a bit older, she does bear that sibling resemblance to Scaff.
I'm asking about Azura, not Scaff.
Yeah, but as you ask that question, you look at Cerizella walking in with Scaff. They look similar as opposed. She's a lizard. They're both lizardkin. Azura's a dragonborn. Yeah,
she's related to the dragonborn. Yeah.
Zeph is giving the most offensive criminal side eye right now. Just
the fuck.
what?
I slap Grixis on his back of his head like.
Do you know they're feeling well?
I think they're always like this.
Oh.
What?
We're just going off what the boss says about you, and I'm guessing Jin and...
Nice to meet you, puppy dragon lady. And I'll wave at his sister.
She's a lizard.
Say what, Jin? You've done all
Friggin'
right there,
puppy
Jin.
lady is, and I just gesture while cradling the bridge of my nose to Zafira.
And because the fact that I have high intelligence, even I know that that's not.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no.
I'll just see scales. Just see scales.
Just see scales on a bigger scale than the gecko.
Yeah.
I'll gesture to Zafira. This is the dragon puppy lady.
What are you gesturing at?
Yeah.
Oh, that would explain the. I see.
Yeah.
Crixus, and I'll just step towards the sister.
Jesus.
Cerizella, like she
We're
looks,
in for a wild ride.
Jesus, Crixus.
looks down, and this hand,
Awkward.
mage hand, comes forward and just grips yours. Yeah.
Looks at Jin. I know they're vowels, but like, why do they call me a puppy? I don't get it.
That is your name, isn't it? Not. That is
I'm
what
Zafira.
you always call it. Oh. Well, pleasure
So
to meet you.
Is
I am
Puppy
Max.
Lover a nickname then?
No.
We should definitely ask Val about that when we get back.
Yes, indeed.
Probably forgot my name. I don't even remember if I introduced myself to him. To be fair,
Well, that is your
Why
fault.
not?
it really isn't, because Val is annoying as shit.
Ew. I have no defense for that.
Yeah. Whoa, it sounds offensive, but it's right. So I feel the need to defend him, but I can't.
So Are you? And I'll look at Scaff and what was her name?
Sarazella.
Sarazella.
Arizona. Jesus, it's gonna be. So you two, like brothers or sisters, or both?
Who? Sarazella. This is my sister I was on about.
So you're bringing Azura's mum and dad here?
Ignore the 2 half pints.
Hey,
Pints.
There's pints.
It's
Comes in pints.
better surround the
Never come in
corner.
a pint. Never come in a pint.
It's good to see you again, Sarazella.
Lager top.
I just wish it
And
was
you
under
all.
better circumstances.
I was about to say the same. She looks over at the plinth. Oh, dear.
Yeah.
Well,
Literally.
she kind of instinctually looks at her shoulder and looks at Azura. Well, he definitely had one extra arm on me last time I saw him.
It's just.
he did what?
Anyway,
It's a long. It's a long.
Slow turns to Max and Crix is just shush,
Remove them.
so
please.
she kind of cocks her head a little, looks up and down at Crixus. The gladiator man says I'm to retrieve Azura's parents. Was that the nature of the conversation, I suppose?
It unfortunately is.
Not just. It's not just with tree first.
You've got to tell them as well.
Swear to God, I'm going to kill him, Jane.
At this point, Scaff, I don't mind.
How about you two help out the paladins with the pews? Especially you, Crixus. You're big and strong, aren't you?
50% of that's correct.
Well then.
I will pull out 2 gold pieces and I'll hold them out. I also have the additional task of you finding me whatever is strongest in this place.
I'm here.
To drink.
I just point.
I
Yeah,
think.
just point to Crixus.
No,
Although you don't want to drink vegan.
alcoholic beverage.
Oh,
And I hold out the 2 gold two gold pieces.
I open my pouch. Close my pouch. You keep it, boss. If times seem hard. You there! And I'll shout at a big orc with a black beard. Some clerical twat in the back. You got any bows around here? And I'll head off towards what I assume is Garvan. Let's have a word with myself.
Or Garvin.
And I'll head off.
Gaff, I don't know what what in Kerechek's name I'm going to do with these 2, but they seem to being tasked to follow me around.
I mean that
do
one
what
is
we
definitely
asked them
like your
to
brother.
They
Okay.
both oddly do.
They seem
He's
fun.
even worse than your brother, actually.
They both oddly do.
Have you guide my hand? Jesus.
I was
Max,
okay
you're
with
still
there
there,
being
yeah?
one.
Or did you follow me?
Max is still stood there with the rest of them.
I don't give a shit. I'm having this conversation anyway. I was like, I thought there would only be one of them, but like he somehow found a way to multiply. I don't, and they don't even look like him.
Oh wait,
I don't know.
you want to see multiply?
No.
I can do this great, and I cast
No,
mirror image,
no!
and 3 more on me come.
Counter spell. Fuck you.
Counter spell.
Jane.
So-
Get a long rest, yeah.
Jane.
I have a spell slot back because of Orthus.
Oh,
We paid to bring your brother back.
Yes,
I'm going to send him back.
doesn't sound like a bad idea actually at this point.
So what do you need?
As soon as I can learn Destroy Undead.
Not the way you shoot. Bottles.
Get my
Scaff.
bow out and shoot the bottles out of his hand.
You miss. They're imaginary.
Can we get back on track, boys?
Sorry, my bad.
I'm gonna kill somebody. Sorry, sister. I didn't realise there'd be so many distractions.
Yes, what do you tell me what you need me to do?
If we can, obviously, are you able to get a message to the captain of the Salgard?
Yes.
Because we want to give Azura the proper send-off, but his parents haven't seen him, and I think it'd only be proper if they was here to say their goodbyes.
Right. So you want me to inform the captain of Azura's passing?
He was
ask him to tell Azura's parents, and then if they'd like to come, go and collect them.
He was well beloved in Salgard. It's the only true family he's known, and they deserve to say their last goodbyes.
I can certainly reach out.
It was just if you're able to do it, if they are willing.
Is there
I know
a
I'm asking,
time scale to apply to their decision, or?
I think the paladins are happy to hold off for 4 to 5 days or so, so you can do it if able, and they are willing.
Well, it won't
As
take
long
that
as we
long.
need.
I could get to work and have them here tomorrow if they want to come. But I mean, it took me a lot to get here, so I think Salgard Guildhouse has a circle. All of the guild houses should have a circle. I'll have to check my notes. So that will speed up the process. And then she turns to look around. There must be a circle here.
Yes, there is.
Right, well.
Show her my notebook.
You could also just show her the circle. Just putting it out there.
Great drawings, Scath. I'm glad you're taking a hand to the arcane, but the circle itself would probably be.
I'm sorry. I'm not thinking straight at the moment.
No, it's fine. She puts her mage hand on your shoulder. I will go and copy the circle into my book, for it would be good to know anyway. And then I will reach out to the captain. Give me some time, because of course, whilst I am experienced in it, the passing of bad news, it never gets any easier. So, give me some time and I will come back to you a bit later on with an answer.
His parents are called Tashrava and Tarzus.
Okay. Is there anything else I can do for anyone while I'm here?
Can I have headed back over with alcohol?
Yeah. Garvin's got some secret stash.
Some good-looking orc over there.
Yeah. Beautiful man. As you start making your way over, Sarazella looks at Max. Have you got space in your book?
Yes, I still have many pages to fill.
It's the correct answer. You should always have space in your book. Do you want to come with me and you can copy some sigils down? It's always good to have whenever you can.
I will. Thank you.
And then she kind of looks at Jin and winks. She heads outside with Max Smith. Then Crixus comes over with a bottle.
Some chap called Garvin said, "Drink this; it'd be strong."
I'll look at the bottle. What? Can I make out what it is?
Water, if it's some Garvin.
It certainly at least once contained booze. Would Garvin have had a secret stash? No.
He's the head guard of the temple.
I didn't think so. I've got to answer the question. Yeah. He's probably just given him this bottle of liquid to get him to fuck off.
Such a good church boy.
Yeah.
I will take the cork off and I'll just sort of, because it looks very translucent.
Mhm.
I'll just sort of.
You've probably got all of the alcohol that's in the tree at the minute in your bag that you took from Dragoon.
I know. That's not the point.
Tell you what, we'll go hide it somewhere for them to find.
And I sort of like hand the uncorked bottle back to Crixus and I say, "Take a swig."
Jin.
No chance, it's water.
I'm not stupid.
Jin, open the bag.
What do you need?
You're getting in it.
The gauntlets of the mountain.
I found this,
Give them to Crixus.
Yeah. Oh shit.
You remember the... I mean, we still don't have a name for it. The drink we got from the tavern in Locktorpian.
It doesn't have a name. It's just the
Doesn't
brown
have a name.
bottle.
We also drank a
mystery
couple
beers.
shots of it already.
Should have some left.
Oh, I missed the plum wine. Can I have plum wine?
No. We don't, that's too weak. We need something that's...
Sorry.
I didn't think it was too weak.
I did have a plum wine joke, but I'll let it go.
I didn't think it was too weak.
Look at
Plum
Jin.
your plums.
Look at Jin. Look at Crixus.
Of course not.
Look at Jin again. Look at Crixus. Look at
I'll look
Jin.
at you. I'm on a horse.
Under my breath, and I'll roll stealth with sleight of hand if I need to, so that Crixus doesn't hear. I'm trying to keep them busy, Scaff.
Not under his breath. Give him the brown liquid. That'll knock him out at least for a few hours.
No chance.
No, it won't, Scaff.
Look at him.
These guys grew up in Eagle Cliff, Scaff.
Put that on a cornflakes.
That's not how that works.
That's why they call me Shreddies.
No.
Killed a guy called Kellogg's. I could just go fuck off and annoy somebody else if you want.
See if the paladins around here need some help. We need to make some decisions.
No.
Crixus, there is an amazing orc paladin. Go talk to her.
No.
She
You're
likes to
making me
starfish.
look bad in front of the idols.
She likes to starfish.
Now.
Now.
Where I come from. Starfishing. It's not sat on the end of a river dangling your tackle in the water. Right? Which one's the paladin?
Which one? Crixus, stay put, I guess.
Yes, boss man.
I
Is
thought
my
you sent him to take a bath.
is my shorter brother journaling with his sister?
I just
For
my
his
head
sake.
just.
Look, all I saw was parchment. Very important for journaling.
Yes.
Winking. I mean, if he'd have winked at her, there'd have been a pair of winkers. And then they left together. For some top journaling. And I'm just saying, his sister's in for a good one. He could cantrip like the best of them.
My
And he's
head
got two hands.
goes to Scaff, and I'm just like,
My hand goes to the small of
ahead.
my back, where my
go ahead.
my hand goes to the short blade at lower my back.
Do you guys like to swim?
I do.
There's pools outside. You should go for a swim.
I'm not very
It's
good at
very
pools.
refreshing.
Oh, like
Pools
water
of
pools.
Water, yes.
I see.
What do you think, boss man? Jin, should they go for a swim?
I look at her and I'm just like, I have commanded 100 men in battle.
Mason.
I have vanquished foes in both daylight and the shadows.
Yes.
But these two will
Kill anything you need us
try
to.
my patience.
I'll kill your patience, I don't mind. I could go
bet
swim if you want.
Can.
Do you want me to go do some laps? Better ways to get me naked, but I'll go for a swim.
Swimming's good.
Swimming's good.
I'll
You can even
come
have
back.
a mud bath. It's good for the skin.
Not so good for the fur, though. Just
I mean, you
Takes
can
a
always go into the clear water after.
if I'm in it too long, I'll look like him when he's a statue, and then you have to crack me out.
Oh no.
Don't worry, I
awful.
like getting hit. What, am I swimming or not, boss?
Go do workouts outside.
I'll strip, fur naked. I'll just pile up all my armour next to the thing. I'll adjust myself, my quill. I'll adjust my quill and ink pot, you know what I mean? And I'll waddle out and go looking for the pools.
Yeah, easy enough.
I'll
Out
just
the
look
front.
around if any of the paladins react to this nonsense.
No.
Should I
They're just moving
telekinesis
pews.
his stuff somewhere so he has to be busy searching?
Put it up in the rafters.
Maximus. Outside, give me an Arcana check.
19.
19. You've. Just trying to think. You probably haven't reasonably seen a proper teleportation circle before, because there isn't one at Eagle Cliff. Because it'd be a bit daft to have mages be able to just wing into Eagle Cliff whenever they want. That, and because to create a teleportation circle, you have to cast the spell in the same place every day for a year. And no mage wants to spend every day for a year in Eagle Cliff. If there's, you're probably the only bastard mage that's been there for that long, and you can't cast it yet. So, if you want to create one in the future, that's on you. So you spend some time looking at this circle. Terazella kind of guides you around, explaining the importance of how all of the strains of magic and all of the sigils make up each circle. Each circle is made up of similar sigils and glyphs. They all have that undertone of magic, but they're all unique. Like a QR code. They all look the same, but they're all different. So she explains that, it's probably towards the back on some spare pages to make notes of all of the circles and the sigil makeup. And she explains that whilst you can't quite yet fundamentalize how the spell works in its structure, she explains how she writes it so that in the future, should you come to learn the spell, you'd understand how to form the magic. So it'll take you, about an hour. It'll take you a bit longer than her because you've got to make sure you get it all right and you've not written one down before. So once she finishes explaining all of the glyphs, etc., and the makeup and how to write it down, she stops and she says, "If you need anything, I'll be here. I've not had chance to spend time with another practicing wizard for some time. Knack took
Same.
over at the guild house But he's, well, you must have heard of Nak, Jin's other brother. He's
He has
having
mentioned him a few times, yes.
bit of trouble with his arcane connection, which we're trying to
Ooh.
rectify, but
That is not easy to do. How did that come about?
the same way I believe that Val died.
Oh,
Nak was saved, but it seems whatever happened to him severed his connection to the arcane. But anyway,
interesting.
if you need me, I'll be over there. And she gestures towards the outer wall of this tree root enclave. I have some messages to send. She kind of
Understood.
dips her head a little solemnly.
I thank you for your teaching of how this works, and the importance of, well, everything about it.
Whenever you see another, make sure you write it down. The structure should be the same, and whilst you don't necessarily understand the fundamentals just yet, it'll become clearer the more you practice.
Hopefully I get the chance to learn this spell, and
Distance travel was something I focused on quite extensively initially in an attempt. She's talking, but then almost kind of drifts talking to you and herself. When I had to try and find my sister.
may I ask if you would be permitting me able to copy the spell to my book? I know I may not be able to cast it yet, but having the spell available when I can would be useful.
Give me a persuasion check. She gives you a little smirk.
9.
9. We've only just met, Max. You're asking me to look in my book already. Interesting. I think knowing the fundamentals of the circles will help you learn it. And, maybe another time. She gives you a little smile.
I understand. It is sometimes wise never to share just how powerful you can be, especially to someone you've never met before.
Wise words. Anyway, you carry on. And she wanders over to the back of the area. She sits down, pulls out a piece of loose paper, and you see she starts writing some things down. What's to plan your messages?
Spend some more time just double checking over the circle, make sure I've got everything right with the
Yeah, to complete the whole thing, it'll take you another half an hour or so. She's got you round the fundamental, like the start of it, but then you've got to make sure you've got everything right. So it'll take you about another half hour.
And I'll head inside.
Yeah. Give me yeah. Cool. So she's gonna send some messages. So they're gonna be gone for, like, Sarazella and Max will be out for an hour. Crixus goes skinny dipping. What are you guys up to for the next just under an hour?
Jin's probably gonna try and catch his breath for the first time in, like, I don't know, a day or two.
Yeah.
Like, what's happening?
There's reasonably enough time to get a mechanical short rest if you want to achieve that. I don't know what benefit it might give you guys, but if there's anything you can knock off on a short rest, you can achieve that at least. That's very fair and reasonable. Just waiting for a response from Sarazella, of course. There's probably not much you can do just yet. Take some time to yourself, by all means.
I'll spend some time with Zeph. I don't know what she would like to do.
I think Zeph is mostly sort of, I guess, observing the Orthus followers that are left. Because I mean, she didn't see them at like outside. I guess and how they're
Give me a
looking
perception
rough.
check. Yep.
So I'm great at those with a +1. 15.
15. So you can tell that, like, their demeanour, like, comparative to priests that tend to try to hold themselves in reverence, and especially in places of worship, you can tell these guys have been run through the ringer. They all look exhausted. You can see some of them are kind of sitting down. Like, it's not necessarily, they're not being ordered. They're not an army. They're not like stand outside in flank or, you've been punished. They're all just kind of there, been waiting for other instruction. So a lot of them are kind of, they've moved slightly into smaller groups to just chat. Some are sitting down, some are drinking from water skins. You can see all of them, across all of them, there's a general feel of exhaustion, and a couple of times you might notice one or two of them kind of looking into the temple, and then as you or someone else maybe looks their way, they kind of avert their eyes. They've definitely got a slight awkwardness to them at times. And you take that from what Kera said. You can tell that they're all kind of just sorry. And even though, as you said yourself, even though they probably shouldn't blame themselves, they can't help.
It's difficult not to. Yeah.
Even though they weren't of their own mind, anything that they did or said, or even just scarifying themselves, it's what's done is done, So they're definitely a bit rough and awkward, and they're just kind of chilling, basically, for the most part. Waiting further update from you or Kerez or whatever.
And kind of just watch them for a while. Maybe sit down on like a pew that's not being moved.
Yeah. Yeah, there's some that are being left inside, and then there's enough outside that if they want to like hold incremental sermons, they can, and there's places for the pilgrims to sit and stuff. There's never like hordes of people, so it's quite enough to.
I'll sort of stand next to Zeph and look around. Could be your place of responsibility at some point.
I doubt it.
You doubt that? You'd be good at it. You don't think so?
I don't think that my oath is fulfilled or will be anytime soon. I don't think I've redeemed myself. So
you can redeem others, can't you?
Yes. But I also pledged that I would seek redemption for myself, and I don't think I've reached that place. And I don't think that this place is here. I'm not worthy of leading a place like this.
Well, you've definitely shown that isn't true.
That's what you think.
It is what I think. You're capable, my dear. Far more than you currently see yourself as.
I'm trying to think what maybe words of wisdom or comfort I could offer these people.
Forgive them if you can.
I've never blamed them. There's
They
nothing
think
to.
we do.
There is nothing to forgive.
They don't know that.
I suppose.
They're probably gonna have fever dreams the rest of their lives of some of the things they might have done in the last couple of weeks.
Maybe.
Forgiveness helps.
I suppose feeling guilty about something is the first step to redemption. Because why would you want to redeem yourself for something that you don't feel guilty for?
Exactly.
I remember the first time I felt guilty about what I used to do.
Look at you now.
It was a horrible feeling. Still, I don't think I'm at the end of my oath, should I say. I haven't succeeded in what I swore I would. And who knows, maybe I never will.
That'd be a bad thing.
Well, not reaching your goal. Could see it as a bad thing.
If you continue to do what you do now, Zaf, whoever you touch, whoever's lives you influence, be a positive thing.
Hopefully.
Just put my hand on her shoulder. You definitely had a positive influence on me, my dear. Kind to yourself. You'll know what to say to them.
Thank you. How are you feeling about all of this?
Well, I just lost comrade, friend, and my first student.
Hmm.
So honestly, I don't know. Lost might be the best way to interpret it. I don't know. Definitely didn't deserve this, but
No.
the
No.
sacrifice won't have been in vain. You gotta keep going. Will be in many ways, hopefully enough.
I think you should give yourself some time to think about this and how you feel about this. Because you're always in. It is rare that you're not in, I will call it work mode, where you're just focus, next thing. What can we do? Think about possibilities. But you never really take time to process what is going on. You're always looking for the next step.
For the longest time, that's all I've had.
Well, now you have some time to do something different.
Not wrong about that.
It's not easy to break out of this habit of just having to Keep going and need to function, but there's no rush for us to leave.
No, there isn't.
So if you need me there, I will be there. But otherwise, make sure you take some time for yourself.
Same counts for you, yeah?
Took me about 2 hours to even start speaking again.
Yeah, I went for a walk, spotted an eagle, followed the eagle, met 2 chaos cats.
They certainly remind me of your brother.
They do me too in all the worst ways. Maybe all the good ways, I don't know.
Do you think he's going to come back?
I can't come here.
Well, no, but
He is, and I'll pull out the letter. Immortal, somehow.
undead.
Not quite
He can't come here.
alive. Yeah.
And did he say anything about what you instructed our delivery man with? That he should go to Lochtorpian to meet Knack?
I mean, we could send them to Knack. That would be a great use of their time and effort.
Your poor brother.
Might kickstart his heart a little. Maybe in the wrong way.
Maybe he's gonna bake for them. Who knows?
Perhaps. No. Can use them. Especially in what we're about to have to do.
This is exactly what I'm talking about. Take it easy. You don't have to rush anywhere.
No, but
We're safe here for now, Jin. No need to think about what we're going to do next. Let's focus on looks towards Azura.
every time the last couple of weeks we've dared to let down our guard. Well, wouldn't say we've been caught with our pants down, but
Jin,
the pants certainly weren't up.
we can't assume the worst every day. We're going to go to sleep, that the next day is going to be awful. We don't know.
That's true.
You're never going to get proper rest if you always think the worst is going to happen the moment you open your eyes the next day. We're safe here.
Yeah.
You don't believe me, I can hear it in your voice.
You didn't have a nightmare last night.
No.
Not some hours ago, my dear. We destroyed an infestation that managed to get inside of this place without anybody noticing until it was too late. I feel safe as far as this place feels serene. The people here seem to be well-intentioned, or at least inside the temple. On the other hand, they are harboring a tyrant and a mass murderer.
How are they supposed to know that, Jin?
They don't. But that's exactly what I'm saying, my dear. This is a
Jin, your father is
haven
not.
for people.
Jin, your father is not going to walk in here, probably delusional from the heat, with an arm missing, no weapon, and try to choke you in your sleep.
No, that's not what I mean. That's not what I mean at all.
Then you need to stop. Take a step back. Take a breath. Process what has happened to our friend. Take as much time as you need, and then we can think about what comes next.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I'm saying. And you're always slipping into the, yeah, but what if that, what if this? Even if you don't say it like that.
Well. Someone needs to, but I get what you mean.
No.
Fine.
Good.
We'll tell Scaff to put on sound mufflers tonight. I'll wink at her. I'll walk away.
Hell yeah.
I'll try and find Scaff in the room if he's still around.
You have a minute to fall asleep.
Scaff's in the room, but he's not stood near you at the moment.
No. I will look. I will go to him.
Just face palms.
I'll just sort of like look and try and sort of like subtly get his attention.
Nothing, mate.
You're awful.
I'll say
You
Scaff
told me
will
to
be.
relax.
Yeah, I suppose I did.
So we are going to relax.
Yes. Okay.
All right. Good.
My man.
Oh.
Tired of sand. I want something softer.
We're kind of in the wrong continent for that. I hate to tell you.
I know.
There's lots of sand.
Know. You know, it's why I liked the gardens, Adore Your Size, so much. There wasn't any sand.
The mountains also have no sand. Just saying.
Sounds like a good place to put a vacation home.
I might know a cave.
Perfect.
So, with Crixus skinny dipping,
Is there any starfish in this pond?
there is
Oh
a
my
couple of pilgrims floating around. Yeah, you can.
No.
No actual starfish. No.
I like where you do. I like where you went with that pitch.
Hell yeah. Crixus is skinny dipping. Max is copying spells. Sarazella is planning what to say to deliver the bad news to the captain at Salgard. Scath's awaiting word from his sister as to whether his wishes will come to fruition.
Being a little bit annoyed at the moment.
Understandable.
Well,
Yeah, I do.
yeah. So I was say, Scaff, when Jin was like trying to get his attention, not a chance. Scaff is just full on, like Overwatch over Azura. He'll be very short fused with people if they come and say anything wrong in the slightest way.
Garvan comes over.
And normally Scaff says prayers to effectively the life mother. He will be effectively reciting war cleric prayers.
Jesus.
Fair. Damn.
He'll be saying it not quietly, but he won't be shouting it.
Yeah.
That's what Scaff will be doing.
Okay. Well, that is where we will wrap up for this week. While we, before we get into anything else at the time, we shall see what word comes from Salgard next week. And see where... from what Sarazella suggested, it's likely to... Well, it's at least going to be tomorrow. Because she needs to get her magics together. So you've got the rest of the day as much as you want to stand guard and blah blah blah, and you've basically got today. It's snowing within the temple. A light mist. But that's where we will end. And see where it goes next week. A less chaotic and emotional run this week. Well done, everybody. We've had
Less chaotic, are you sure?
Less chaotic.
Well, as far as people dying
Kind of
goes.
with the gecko ones. Bro.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But yes, well done, everybody. Thanks, everybody, for watching. We will be back next week. And we shall continue on our task. See what decisions get made. Much love. See you soon. Have a good week. And we'll see you
Ciao for
soon.
now.
Goodbye, everybody.